third hearing of the committee's inquiry into the state of live music in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Sarah Kane and I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room or in the virtual room to turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Thank you all very much for making the time to give evidence this morning. I'm going to ask each of you to state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation. And I might just go in the order that I have on my hearing schedule, because I know it's hard for you to know who we're referring to. So I might start with Mrs. Ryan.
Hi, my name's Amy Ryan. I'm the Executive Manager of Planning and Development at the City of Newcastle. And I was going to take the affirmation.
Sure.
So I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Loudon?
Sorry, I'm having microphone issues. Good morning. I'm Tori Loudon. I'm the new annual festival director, which is funded by City Newcastle.
And could you swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Yeah, sorry. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor?
Tingywalla, Sarah and Jai joining from Arakwal land in Bundjalung country, and I solemnly and sincerely swear the evidence I give today shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Shields. Oh, sorry, Mr. Dalton.
Alan Dalton, Director of Corporate Services at Cowra Shire Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Shields.
Hi, I'm Jared Shields, Manager of the Cowra Civic Centre, and I'll give you affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for that. And I might go through the same order to ask if you have any short opening statements. So perhaps Newcastle City Council first.
Sure. Tori Loudon here. I can go first. I just wanted to reiterate the importance of artists, obviously, and the relationship with audiences. So I just wanted to say artists need playing time and an audience, and this really underlines the importance of live venues and spaces for performance. And several Newcastle venues that actively champion original Australian music are operating on razor-thin margins, and in some cases are on the verge of closure. And this is obviously a concern for all levels of government, because these venues are not simply businesses, but they are grassroots infrastructure that develop artists, they build audiences, and they sustain local music communities. So music's still a very vital part of Newcastle, but lifestyles are changing. And I think we need to think about what are the new spaces that reflect these changes. So I really applaud the investment in Sound New South Wales, and in particular, the audience development grants and the support of all ages gigs. You certainly can't be what you can't see, and it's hard to be a fan if you can't attend a live gig. So Newcastle has no shortage of talented musicians. what we really need is more ways for audiences to connect with them. So I'm a festival director, I'm a programmer. I've worked in music and arts my whole life. And I currently program a festival that uses glass for ocean baths as an example for live music, and we draw over like 12,000 people of all ages. So it's a beautiful all ages gig. So I would say that we need to think about music in non-traditional spaces and places as well. So we need to support small venues, non-traditional venues and places, and I think these are real opportunities for community engagement and moments of connection. But thank you for your ongoing support and time and investment in Sounds New South Wales and Music New South Wales. So thank you.
Thank you. And if we go to the Mayor, do you have a short statement?
Yeah, I'm currently the Mayor of Byron Shire Council, and I've been on council for 10 years as a councillor and deputy mayor and mayor for 1.5 years. Prior to that, I worked as a journalist at the ABC, and I also worked in lots of festivals. This area is renowned for, I guess, the festival culture and the incredible live music scene that has been an integral part of this area. You know, it's been known as a meeting place for Indigenous people and the Arakwal and Bundjalung people, with people coming from all over. But that has continued, you know, since the Aquarius Festival and the ongoing events that have happened after that. But what we've seen in the last few years has been an hollowing out of these, the ability for people to be able to put on these festivals and events. One of the major impacts has been the climate disasters and weather events, and us not having the infrastructure or support to move people around or, you know, manage that in those disaster situations. I'm lucky enough to have, you know, done Parcel's first interview when they were in their, 14 and 15 years old. Then they were called Potato Potato then. They're now, a global touring outfit. They were able to do that because of the small and medium scale festivals and events that used to take place. The Mullumbimby Music Festival, which no longer exists, is where they got their mentorship program at 14 and 15 years old with Husky, which enabled them to tour and become what they are today. We've lost that middle section, and a lot of our venues are struggling as well. We did really try and work with the government to implement a special entertainment precinct and embrace the vibrancy reforms, but the incongruence between what was being said and what was on offer and what was actually implementable made it really difficult to do in our communities, and it really didn't have the regional lens it needed to for us. But I'm hugely grateful that this conversation's happening, that the support and understanding of the key role of our whole community that music plays, and the bringing of people together and its value, but trying to make sure that we can support and implement that with the right kind of infrastructure in regional areas is critically important. And we saw, with Bluesfest not happening and only 3-week time frame to try and put something on, we were able to put on an amazing plethora of events with a bit of help from New South Wales, Destination New South Wales, some ad hoc funding. But to keep Byron Bay live music and Easter and this area synonymous with each other as they have been for decades, we need a bit of help to do that, and look forward to more of this discussion.
Thank you very much. And Cowra Council, do you want to make an opening statement?
No, thank you. We're happy with the submission, but look forward to the opportunity to answer questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And we will kick off with questions. And maybe if I could start then with Byron Bay. Obviously, I don't know, there were many of us following the kind of discussions around the special entertainment precincts and issues around the nighttime economy and how that might work. I wondered if you could talk a little bit about, and I know your submission does talk about this and you mentioned it but a bit more about the differences for regional communities. We're very much focused, obviously, in metro areas about invigorating the nighttime economy and what that might look like and the types of activities that might include. But it seems, reading your submission and following the developments, that plays out quite a bit differently in places like Byron Bay. Could you speak a bit to that, please?
Absolutely. Thanks for the opportunity. Look, even having an organisation called the 24-Hour Economy scared a whole lot of people off just to start with. People in these regional areas don't come here to have a 24-hour economy. And that we have a long history of trying to contain, I guess, alcohol-related violence, and also we have some of the highest rates of drink driving, because there's only one road in and one road out and no public transport. So the idea that we were going to, open things up later, the music would be louder, but we don't have, the Office of Liquor and Gaming were going to be the people that would oversee and monitor that, but they have no presence here, no ability to be able to implement any controls. Just really scared off our community. They really want vibrancy, they really want creativity, they want to be able to support people and locals coming back into our towns, but the mechanisms that were available to us through the special entertainment precinct and the vibrancy reforms were incongruent with actually delivering what the community wanted. And it was hard, because what the minister was saying and what I was, trying to share with our community was one thing, but then you'd go and look at the website and it all talks about late nights, alcohol, and pushing hours out, and that wasn't the kind of economic, social activation that our community wanted or needed. They wanted safe spaces, better lighting, they wanted to be able to get to and from venues without risking their lives or having to hitch home, or you can't catch an Uber here. If you want to go to Mullumbimby, it's $120. That's a 20-minute drive away. So it wasn't fit for purpose. And you could see one of the things we were able to achieve in that lead up to the Easter weekend was getting public transport available. We had about 48 hours notice to let people know it would be available, and it linked all our towns and villages, and we had over 1,000 people use it. And I know that doesn't sound much when you're from a metro area, but when you have a population, you have 15,500 properties and 36,000 people, having 1,000 people with very little notice and very little way to let them know use public transport that was available and free meant we had much safer roads, people were able to engage, and they loved it. But without that infrastructure, people can't tolerate the idea of putting more people out onto the roads late at night or that sort of thing. That was one aspect of it. The other one that really I think was, I guess, the nail in the coffin for the special entertainment precinct, and I wanted this to happen. I really put my heart and soul in it, used up a lot of political capital in the process, but people want the sound. We don't have the same problems where we've had venues closed because of sound, because of neighbours. We had different problems. We had, people using big PAs, busking that was, interrupting businesses. We wanted to be able to curate the space to make it so everyone could use it. But it wasn't about making things louder, and that ended up as just being the thing that was going to, was no longer tenable, because that was something that the minister was very fixed about and just wasn't appropriate. We have one venue that I can say in the whole Shire really that was probably at one stage applicable to. That's the Brunswick Picture House, where you have this incredible venue that brings all sorts of amazing performances to our region from across the world, and is was at one point in danger because of nearby residents, but and that's issues fixed, but aside from that, that wasn't our issue. And so one other thing I will mention was what was happening in the special entertainment precinct was being superseded by what was being introduced through the vibrancy reforms. And so we would be trying to educate and engage with community on particular changes, and then we would find out that, oh, the next range of vibrancy reforms actually supersede that, and that doesn't make sense anymore. So we weren't really able to make it work for us, despite that desire. The other massive issue for local events in our area is being able to find the spaces to do that, and the amount of hoops that people have to jump through Crown Lands or Council or Transport for New South Wales to use any public spaces. And this was where I really hoped we were going to be able to get some headway. So we had a place that people didn't need to apply for an individual DA every time they wanted to activate the area through a film festival or a light show or a writers festival, but we could have a sort of overarching DA that had all its approvals so that people could just buy into it, kind of like they do at the pavilion. But again, that wasn't a mechanism that was available to us through this process, but that would enable us to open up the whole railway corridor, for example, and the public spaces that would enable, you know, the activation that is not available to groups usually because of the huge cost involved and the amount of paperwork every time. So that's something we would still really love some help with.
Thank you. I might ask Cowra Council, obviously another regional but quite a different region with different characteristics. And I wondered, on that theme of different needs in regional areas than metro context, what do you think that the government could do to better recognise this difference and support regional communities and live music?
Well, thank you for the question. There are a few elements to this, and I'll try to move through this as quickly as I can. At the outset, I observed that the focus of a lot of policy development in this space is on metro councils, with policy controls centred on organisations of their type. This then has can cause a series of unintended consequences for smaller regional councils. One point that I would observe, just looking at this in terms of how the system might be set up, is that when Sound New South Wales has grant programs, they limit their grants, understandably, to those venues that are specifically focused on providing live music. In regional New South Wales, and especially in smaller council areas, and just for context, our population is around about 12,500 people, it's not really viable to have that kind of venue. We need to lever what few resources we have to extract maximum value from them in a range of different ways. So we would take a multi-function approach. Our civic centre has a bit of a misleading name. It's actually our entertainment centre. While it's been around since 1969, it's really come to the fore in terms of providing those kinds of entertainment products in the last 3 years or so. It provides a venue where people can perform live music, where people can put players on, where the community can engage with the wider community and basically provide a centre for some level of entertainment. Not providing access to those kinds of grant opportunities can be problematic to us because it means that we lose out on that level of resourcing that is highly necessary for our success. A couple of the quick points, if I may. It seems that focusing on those performers who present contemporary work, that is original work that they've developed themselves, can also be a little bit problematic in the regions. And the reason for that is with such small populations, the venues that tend to give people an opportunity, the pubs and clubs and so forth, are risk averse, understandably. They know that if they have people coming in providing cover band functional services, that they will get an audience for that. If they have people coming in presenting original work, they can be less confident of that. So the policy parameters in the Metro, where you say, well, we're going to focus on contemporary work, don't necessarily apply out here in a practical sense. And the third point I wanted to make is around access to a lot of the functions that we need to support live performance. Behind the scenes, there's a lot of technical skill and knowledge that goes into putting on a show. Even if you're looking at the level of a small band doing covers, as I mentioned, in the local pub, you do need somebody to manage the lighting or the sound, and certainly when you get to a larger venue like our civic centre that seats about 330 people, that becomes more critical. There are few opportunities for people to train and gain those technical skills in regional areas, and especially in areas with small populations. It can be the case that a trainee, for example, may only be able to find a course that would be the other end of the state, which would have requirements of them travelling weekly to attend training. It's just not possible. It's just not economic for us or other people who might be looking to put trainees on, and it's not economic for the trainee. So there's a real lost opportunity there in developing the skills that we need to put music on. I'd suggest that some greater level of flexibility for regional areas might be helpful. And I think that when it does come to considering things like grants and so forth, it would be really helpful to see funding agencies take a deliberately different view around what they need to do for regional areas versus metropolitan areas, because the environments are not comparable. And pursuing one type of objective for everybody is not necessarily going to have the success that you might hope for in the regions. So thank you. I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you very much. And I'm going to hand over, we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to hand over to my colleague Kate Fairman, who is also online.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for appearing today, and thank you for your submissions. I wanted to, could ask a lot of questions about a lot of things, but given time, I want to explore the issue of performance spaces, art spaces, which has come up a lot, particularly I think for regional communities. It's so much harder for communities, musicians to find spaces, affordable spaces as well. So I just want to pick that apart in terms of what spaces like in your communities. And I'll start with Newcastle, because the new annual festival is doing this obviously so well. But what kind of spaces are there to be used, and how can state government support those spaces for musicians more than just your standard contemporary venues, recognising everything that Cowra Council just said in terms of your existing civic centre, which I was at yesterday, actually. Go to Newcastle first.
Sure. Amy, I might start, and if you want to contribute, please do. I think just to pick up on what Alan said actually about multifunctional spaces, I think that is key in regional centres. I think that there's a lot of community halls. They're not necessarily always well equipped. Sports halls. I know that, and I think in Newcastle, the feedback I've got from people is that there are places where you can rehearse and you can record. Those barriers have sort of dropped. But again, this thing about live performance and actually having spaces that are equipped, with decent PAs, with seats. So you can go into a community hall, but, you have to hire everything in. And then sometimes you find that becomes prohibitive in itself. So I feel like, and again, it is going back to support from grants and funding, but smaller touring circuits that can be multifunctional, spaces would be really helpful. I think this thing about how tough venues, smaller independent grassroots venues are doing it. Like I know in Newcastle, it's probably the same everywhere. Most people these days, particularly young people, are only going out on a Friday or a Saturday night, just the cost of living. That's not enough to support a venue. All it takes is one football grand final on a Saturday night, and people don't go to that, bar, club, community hall, wherever it may be. So I do think this thing about thinking about how we can support those smaller, non-traditional, more multifunctional spaces would be really, really helpful. I was also going to say there's something about I think a lot of the money often goes to the bigger acts as well, and which is also great. Everyone wants Foo Fighters to come to Newcastle, fantastic. But then they don't always have local support acts. So the other thing about grants, I would say, is that if we could just build into them local support acts everywhere and more priorities given to acts, national and international, acts actually support, local artists, that would be great. I think multifunctional spaces for me would be the main thing. But Amy, you might have some other thoughts on this.
No, I defer to you on that, Tori.
Okay.
Thank you. And I just want to, just in terms of these spaces, because we had a panel of younger musicians at our hearing earlier this week, just talking about even things like, there's so many kind of empty, shop fronts and different buildings that aren't being utilised. And I think maybe the way in which we've been thinking about venues is, pubs, clubs, theatres, old venues that have always kind of had some kind of performance in them. But I think what you said at the beginning as well, Tori, in terms of thinking differently about performance in ways, that we haven't before, how to make things more affordable. Say, Cara, I'll go back to one of you as well. Are there, for example, the regional towns? Like we heard that the students' forum yesterday, so many of them, if they could give one thing, if they could say one thing that they want for their community, it was more things to do. And there was quite a few people who were talking about public spaces to hang out for young people, but also for music, to perform, to rehearse, and to see music. So if there were, say, grants outside of the Civic Centre, are there other places, for example, in Cowra or regional New South Wales that could be used as well that aren't as, that are a bit more informal, a bit more relaxed, but could still be those types of spaces that could be supported?
Yeah, thank you. Look, there are a couple of options in Cowra along the lines of what I've just heard. The point about unused shop spaces is really well made. There are certainly unused shop spaces here since COVID. We took quite a hit. I think we need to, again, broaden our view about what we mean around space in which to perform or practice. And buildings are obviously incredibly important, especially when you're looking at practice and so forth. But I think that there are also opportunities to tap into the cultural DNA of the regions a little bit more and think about what kinds of opportunities we have to perform and entertain during the day. The classic country show is obviously one of them. But I'll give you an example of something we tried to do. There was a grant program not long ago. We put our hands up to try and get money to purchase a mobile stage, like basically a truck bed stage that we could move around and basically set up opportunities for people to perform in the surrounding villages. That would have provided us with a very flexible platform to use to give people the opportunity to perform in front of their communities. Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to do something like that again in the future. But the point about it is, I feel that there are opportunities if you're willing to look at things in a different way. We have had some success last year with our inaugural Bell Beats Festival, which is a music and arts festival that funded over 3 years from the Department of Transport. That provided a good opportunity for local performers to stand alongside a big name like Budgerah in our community, and provided a very exciting opportunity for people to engage. The problem with that, though, was that funding came forward in very short order towards the time when we had the event scheduled. That caused our costs to be driven up. We actually had to lead with a loss in that first year, which we're going to claw back in the next 2. But it's just an indication there of how there are opportunities to create events that are themselves dependent on grants, but where the grant system needs itself to be quick, flexible and adaptable, to be able to give us an outcome quickly so that we can move. I would ask for your indulgence quickly. I just want to ask Jared if he's got anything to add to this. Now, Jared is the manager of our community centre, and he's basically Mr. Entertainment in Cowra. So, and Ms. Lauren, I just wanted to say it'd be lovely if we could get Foo Fighters to Cowra as well.
Mr. Shields. Sorry, Mr. Entertainment. Sorry, Mr. Entertainment.
He's on fire this morning. Yeah, I suppose Bell Beats was a challenge if we're going to refer to, say, looking at that and the grant process. We had less than 4 months to put together an annual festival, and the costs from what we budgeted for skyrocketed, basically because we had no time to negotiate, had no time to put together a real competitive quote process to ensure that we can get the best price for everything. And when you get to 4 months, you kind of get stuck with certain artists that are the only ones that are available. We also happened to pick a weekend where there's a festival everywhere in New South Wales, so it was high demand. So yeah, that was quite challenging, but we got a great result, and I think we ended up with 1,400 people, from all around. I think we had several states and territories represented for attendees, and we're very grateful for the support, because it means that we've got 3 years worth of grant funding that we can plan for 3 years worth of events. I suppose now we would like to see more future planning or multi-year funding for events like this, because it has been very successful, and we're looking towards another successful year this year in October.
Thank you. I might pass to Ms. Mitchell.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you all for being here. I actually had a bit of a follow-up. I wanted to ask about the music festivals as well. Sorry, it's Sarah Mitchell. I don't know if you can see me on your screen yet, but I was interested in sort of from the Cowra perspective, but also from Newcastle and Byron Bay, because I think both of the witnesses talked about festivals too. In terms of having those successful regional festivals, are the sort of underpinning elements having the funding that you need and the certainty of that long-term funding, and then the time to lead into that, picking up on the point that you just made about obviously being more in advance, you can get sort of better pricing and better artists and the like. Are they sort of the two areas where you'd need more support for a successful regional festival, time and funding? And happy for everyone to answer. We might start with Cowra so that it's easy. Yeah.
Thank you. Look, undoubtedly. Look, the reality in our case is we are a small regional council with very limited funding opportunities. We can't put something like this on unless we get external support. My hope with Bell is we're pragmatic. We know that the funding runs out in 3 years, and I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to provide a great couple of extra events for Transport for New South Wales to activate that space. But I don't think that we can sit here now and say we are confident that we'll be able to put it on ourselves beyond that. We will try. We will talk with our local suppliers, see if we can get sponsorship and so forth. But it's most likely that after 3 years of great entertainment, Bell Beats will have had its time. So the availability of funding for festivals like that, for small councils in particular, is critical. The timing point, look, that does actually have quite an effect. I want to say two things. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge that Transport for New South Wales operated as quickly as they could in the environment to finalise that decision and get the money to us. We fully appreciate that, and I don't want anybody to think that we're being critical of Transport for New South Wales. But the reality is that to put a show like this on, if you are planning things within 6 months of the event, you are going to pay a premium. So we paid to bring in Budra as our name act. We chose Budra because obviously he's a fantastically entertaining person. He's won an ARIA. He's got a high profile and so forth. But with all of that, the price goes up, and especially when you think about, well, who's available on that weekend, which is a long weekend anyway.
Yeah.
So if we knew like 12 months out, we would have more range of choice around who we might be able to hire, and we would most likely be able to bring them on board for a more affordable price, which would be great for the health of the festival. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, it does. Yeah.
Can I pick up on that as well?
Please, yeah.
This is exactly the position we find ourselves in now. People make their plans for next Easter now, and also the businesses that are going to take the risk, because it has been redistributed across the Shire, need to know that infrastructure is going to be in place to support them, because if they're going to spend on big names coming, they need to lock them in so that people will commit. So there's this and the funding process. I met with Destination New South Wales, and it's like your funding processes are either glacially slow and not going to deliver in time for you to, and you'll end up in the position that Mr. Dalton was just talking about then. Or what we experience is urgent, quick turnaround where we could see that there's going to be a huge economic loss for the state by not providing something, and so we were able to get $95,000 to make that happen. But we need something that has resources to employ the person. The state has to understand that these events cost councils money. We may have to manage the waste, the traffic management, road closures, all these other things. We don't actually make any money. It drives economic activity for the region, and we saw, at least $4.6 million less being spent in Easter after that, the closure of Blues Fest, but we were still able to see an uptake in the daily spend of people in the area. But it was only because we could put that infrastructure in place to help move people around, and people knew they were going to have something to see. If we can't lock that in now, we could lose what's been built on years and years. And that's, remember that we've lost Blues Fest, Splendour in the Grass, Falls Festival, Mullumbimby Music Festival, and these were like things that I guess, kept our economic activity across the year stable. So we've been sort of pushed, having to pivot with these big weather events and COVID, and we've sort of found the model that works, but we need the funding to support that. And just going back, Ms. Fairman, to your point around halls are the lifeblood of our communities. And we can't, we have to charge too much to make them even break even. But if we could support them to have lighting rigs, soundproofing, and all the basics that people need so that they can just plug and play, come in and do things. It's not just live music, it's theatre groups, it's NA, AA, our Indigenous groups, like training groups, but also these places are where our communities have to go in a disaster. So they provide multiple roles because people can't get across large areas. So we've been doing what we can to put satellites on there in case the power's out. We're putting community batteries there. We're doing everything we can to make them sustainable, but we don't have that funding for the infrastructure that would allow them to be multi-purpose spaces for people to use. And so, for example, the Bangalore theatre company, you know, they have to pay $30,000 just to put on a show, to put the lighting rigs and all that stuff. And they do these incredible shows, and they're great stepping stones. I was a high school teacher as well. For our young people, you see them thrive. And if they don't get to take those risks in theatre and music and all those and sport, they then end up taking risks on roads and on e-bikes and all these other things. So the way this helps support our social fabric in disasters, in well-being, mental health, it can't be underestimated. But to have that core funding for our small halls to support them being able to be utilised, and also for us to have the resources to employ a person with that funding. Often the funding comes without this, being able to, and so we have to pull someone out of another job, which is just as important, and that would be a really great thing to make sure that that happened.
Thank you.
Can I jump in on behalf of Newcastle and the festival? Festival funding is so incredibly important. I think festivals really do play a role, in audience development, obviously giving a platform to artists, but that whole thing about social cohesion, intergenerational moments of connection, all of that. But New Annual, for example, we make a lot of the festival free, like 70% of the festival is free. So there's no way in the world we can become sustainable. And so I'm very grateful for funding, and particularly multi-year funding, because it means we can plan ahead. But often the structure is set up to be that you are meant to become self-sufficient, and it's just, I just don't think that's viable. And the last thing we want to do is start to be putting barriers, economic barriers in place for people to attend. So I want to say, I think, very grateful for the funding, very grateful for multi-year funding, but I think if the outcomes can be that understanding that you're not really going to become financially viable, or that's not really that realistic. I also Open Streets funding is also fantastic, but it's a very particular purpose. It's to use streets, it's to open streets up. So you lock yourself into doing a big street party, which again has great benefits. I don't want to sound like I'm ungrateful, but as a festival, you might not want to keep going back to that site. That may not be the best solution. You might actually want the freedom and the flexibility to go to a civic park, or to go to the Newcastle Ocean Bars, or wherever. So I would also argue that just when we talk about funding, if we can think about it being less tethered to certain outcomes, that would be really helpful. That's it for me on festivals. But yeah, festival funding, I would say it does such a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Merton, do you have a quick question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you all very much for your participation. If I could just pick up the reference in relating to the success of the Bell Beats Festival in Cowra. In the submission, I saw that there was a reference about the absence of commercial sponsors. I'm just wondering what the experience might be with each of you in terms of sponsorship, whether that's local business or something to support these festivals, sort of outside government.
I'm
No problem.
Oh, sorry. We were all going to jump in.
That's okay.
I was gonna say
Cowra, yep.
Sponsorship is, sorry.
Yeah, no, happy to who'd like to start it. No worries.
Oh, I was just going to say sponsorship is extremely hard. I think we would all be in agreement on that. And that, again, sponsors need to be serviced. If you're a small festival or you're putting on events, often taking sponsorship money means that you actually spend a lot of time and energy, rightly so, working out the benefit to the partnership, but that takes resources. So I'm a small festival that doesn't have a huge team. So for me to actually go and sort of try to search and secure and sponsorship is actually an additional resource that we probably just don't really have. But I don't know what it's like for the others, but that's, and Newcastle was quite big, and you would think that there'd be quite easy money to be had, but it actually is quite hard.
Similarly, very resource intensive and hard to deliver for the community. And they are also, in a regional area, always the same people are asked. And so you then set yourself up as a council competing with other small groups that are trying to, make money for the surf club or make money for other things that we're trying to keep going, like the homelessness service.
Thank you.
And just
So-
finally, from our perspective,
Sure.
and I'm going to ask Mr. Shields, to talk to this, but I do want to just reiterate an earlier point that was made not long ago. Yes, in regional areas, especially regional areas where you've got smaller populations, there is a limited sponsor pool, and they do get tapped by a variety of people. So you're actually in competition with yourselves. And sponsorship is something that would be critical to be able to ensure the longevity of some of these activities that we try to put on for our communities. But Jared, you're actually just going through the sponsorship experience just now, so I'll see if there's anything you might want to add to that.
Yeah, all I would add is that so part of the less than 4 months to plan for last year, we actually had to defer even seeking sponsorship in the first year because of the timing. Getting to this time around, we're now facing the issue of those same businesses being tapped for almost every single event that happens within Gowra, and we don't have as many larger businesses, say, for instance, in regional hubs like Bathurst and Orange, where they've got larger commercial and retail businesses that they can tap into. A lot of our businesses in this area are agricultural businesses. So to try and tie, connection of music and live music and arts to agricultural businesses can be really quite tough to sell. We're lucky that we do have really well-connected communities here that they do love to support it, but there is a limit on what we can get. And I suppose if you're comparing 350,000 for a 3-year event in Cowra versus 350,000 for a 3-year event in Orange, Bathurst or in Sydney, they have the option to tap into so much more sponsorship that we aren't then provided the same opportunity to cover the same costs, if not more, because it costs more to get technicians here, get equipment here, that is the main concern when it comes to that. So we're not putting on as good of a quality or as a comparable event as what some other areas are.
Thank you.
Can I add one tiny thing to that just
very,
as well?
Very briefly, because we're a bit over time, but very briefly.
Community expectations as well around what you're going to advertise in public spaces is really important too. I don't want council to be put in a position to be having to advertise gambling or alcohol or any of these things in our Crown lands and public spaces, and it wouldn't be acceptable to our communities to do that.
Yep, that's a good point to end on. Thank you very much. Thank you all so much for your submissions and your willingness to appear before us today. I know we had lots more questions, so you might get some more supplementary questions from the Secretary. But thank you once again for your willingness to be involved. We do appreciate it.
Thank you. Always happy to help.
Thank you very much. Grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with you guys. Thank you all very much for appearing today. We have got a hybrid session today. Thank you to Ms. Kasky and Mr. Power who are online with us. We do also have some of our members participating online as well. But we'll begin today by asking you to state your name, position and swear either an oath or an affirmation. And we might start with the two people who are online, Ms. Kasky and Mr. Power.
Yep, Sarah Kasky, Entertainment Manager for the Long Yard Hotel and the Pub Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Ross.
Was that me?
Sorry.
Online, yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I jumped the gun. My apologies, Mr. Power. You are quite small in front of me, I'm very sorry to say so. Please go ahead, Mr. Power.
Sorry about that. Yes, Craig Power, Director of the Long Yard Hotel and the Pub Group, Tamworth. Affirmation, I solemnly do sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. Now to you, Mr. Ross.
Executive Manager of Creative Communities and Experiences for Tamworth Regional Council, which includes the Tamworth Country Music Festival. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Cazzato?
Good morning. Patricia Cruzato, current President of Tamworth Songwriters. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Hill?
Duncan Hill, the immediate past President of the Tamworth Songwriters Association. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mitchell, did you want to kick off?
Did they want to make statements?
Oh,
I'm happy to.
No, I've completely lost the process here. Yes,
That's
I
quite all right.
will ask you all if you would like to make a short opening statement. And again, we'll start with the two people who are online.
Yes, definitely. Thank you, Chair, members and committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Craig Power and with me is Sarah Kasky, our Entertainment Manager for the group. Today we are representing the Long Yard Hotel. However, Sarah and I have been responsible for the entertainment across the pub groups. Venues in Tamworth, including Long Yard Hotel Pub, Family Hotel, Southgate Inn and the Moonshiners Honky Tonk Bar. Between us, we have more than 25 years booking, promoting and supporting live entertainment in regional New South Wales. We are not policy experts, but we are people who have spent decades employing musicians, creating opportunities for artists and investing in live music. Based on conservative estimates, our venues have provided opportunities for well over 15,000 live entertainment performances over the past quarter of a century. During the Tamworth Country Music alone, our venues present approximately 151 live performances over a 10-day period.
Wow.
We're proud to say over the years our venues have helped support artists at various stages of careers. Artists such as Slim Dusty performed at the Long Yard Hotel, while young Casey Chambers and Keith Urban have performed at our venues, just to name a few. Before they headline festivals, sell records or fill stadiums, they need a stage and an audience and an opportunity. Regional venues provide those opportunities every week. That is why we have been encouraged by the New South Wales Government's vibrancy reforms. From our perspective, the reforms recognise the important role venues play in supporting artists and creating opportunities to live performance. The additional incentives available to live music venues have helped provide greater confidence to invest in entertainment and engage in more artists. Importantly, every additional performance creates an opportunity for an artist. Every artist engaged contributes to the broader music industry, and every successful live music event strengthens the cultural and economic fabric of regional New South Wales. Our experience is simple. When venues invest in live music, artists benefit. When artists benefit, audiences benefit. And when audiences benefit, communities benefit. Live music is more than entertainment. It creates careers, supports jobs, attracts visitors, and helps define the identity of places like our great city, Tamworth. We thank you for the committee for the opportunity to contribute today and look forward to answering any of your questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Mr. Ross, do you have an opening statement?
I do, thank you. Madam Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Peter Ross and I'm the Executive Manager of Creative Communities and Experiences for Tamworth Regional Council. My portfolio includes the Tamworth Country Music Festival and the divisions of entertainment venues, festivals and events, visitors' experiences, and our gallery, museum and public art, all of which contribute to our region's creative economy and support live music. I have a creative practice background myself with 40 years experience in the entertainment industry. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the significant work undertaken by the New South Wales Government in recent years to strengthen the live music sector. The establishment of Sound New South Wales, the implementation of the New South Wales Contemporary Music Strategy, the vibrancy reforms, the work of the Office of the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner, and support for special entertainment precincts represents some of the most coordinated and impactful investment in live music policy that we have seen in decades. I commend the vision and drive of Minister Graham and the work of Mike Rodriguez, the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner, and his team, and I acknowledge the excellent parallel policy reforms and leadership of Create New South Wales CEO Kerry Glasscock. All these reforms are helping to protect venues, reduce unnecessary red tape, support artists, grow audiences, and create stronger pathways into creative careers. They recognise that live music is not simply entertainment, it is an important contributor to economic development, tourism, community wellbeing and cultural identity. From a regional perspective, we see firsthand the value of a thriving live music ecosystem. Tamworth, as Craig mentioned, is the home of Tamworth Country Music Festival, the largest and longest running country music festival in the Southern Hemisphere and one of Australia's most significant music events. Each year the festival attracts more than 700 artists and performers and provides opportunities for emerging and established musicians, technical production workers, venues, hospitality businesses and the broader visitor economy. What makes Tamworth unique is that artist and industry development sits at the heart of our model. We provide genuine career pathways from busking on Peel Street to paid performances in ticketed shows in venues, from emerging artist programs such as Golden Gig and the Toyota Star Maker through to ultimately standing on the Golden Guitar Awards stage. The festival demonstrates the powerful role that live music can play in driving regional economic growth while supporting the next generation of artists and industry professionals. And I acknowledge the funding support of Destination New South Wales in helping us deliver our festival. It is also important to recognise that live music in regional New South Wales does not exist solely in pubs, clubs, breweries, wineries and outdoor festivals. Performing arts centres play a critical role in the live music ecosystem, particularly for touring artists, bands and orchestras requiring professional production environments. These venues provide the sound, lighting, technical expertise and audience experience that support high-quality live performance while creating employment opportunities for musicians, technicians, production crews and venue staff. As we consider the future of live music in New South Wales, performing arts centres must be recognised as essential music infrastructure. While the New South Wales Government's policy settings are moving in the right direction, there remains a significant challenge for regional New South Wales cultural infrastructure. Many regional performing arts centres are ageing and require reinvestment. In Tamworth's case, despite being recognised nationally and internationally as Australia's country music capital, we still do not have a purpose-built performing arts centre comparable to those found in Wagga Wagga, Albury, Orange, Dubbo, Bathurst or Griffith and our friends on the East Coast. If we are serious about growing creative industries, supporting careers in music and retaining talent in regional communities, we must ensure the physical infrastructure exists to support these ambitions. The next phase of live music reform should continue to grow artist opportunities and support for hospitality venues, but also consider how a whole-of-government approach can support strategic regional cultural infrastructure projects. Just as significant investment is being made in cultural infrastructure across Sydney and Western Sydney, there is an opportunity and a need to unlock funding pathways for major regional projects such as the Tamworth Performing Arts Centre and Cultural Precinct. Such infrastructure would not only support live music, it would strengthen tourism, create jobs, develop skills, support the nighttime economy and help deliver on the ambitions already outlined in the New South Wales Contemporary Music Strategy and broader creative communities policies. I look forward to discussing all of this with the committee today and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. And Ms Cruzado and Mr Hill, do you have an opening statement?
You want to say? Oh, you go.
I just want to acknowledge the Gadigal people on the Aurora lands in which we stand, and any past or present elders. My name is Patricia Cruzado. I'm the recently elected president of Tamworth Songwriters. I've had a background for 20 years in the industry, mainly as in this non-profit organisation. My father was a full-time artist in Sydney, 5 nights a week in the 60s. My past partner also worked 4 nights a week in the 80s, so I'm familiar with how the industry has changed in the last 4 decades. But I also have some statements from members: Laurie Minson, who's well respected in Tamworth, Sandy Louise from Newcastle, and Roxanne Kiley, a vocal coach in Sydney. So I'm going to present some evidence before you that wasn't included in my submission, and I'm going to pass on to our past president, Duncan Hill.
Thank you. Duncan Hill is my name. I've been a part-time musician since 19, playing in bands, wine bars, clubs, you name it. I joined the TSA in 1991, I think, and I became president in 2008. I've recently retired. Patricia's taken over. The TSA and myself are very keen to bring people up through the grassroots. And we have members who are professional performers and who get the big spots in Tamworth. They usually get paid as well. But there's a movement underneath. You've got to come from somewhere. And the TSA has been devoted to giving people opportunities to perform live. And thanks very much to the pub group who host our annual awards and give us some stage time. Also some hotels within Tamworth, because we don't really have a home stage. And there's other organisations like us, songwriting associations, the ASA I think is the biggest one in Australia. The people who run that are my personal friends as well. There's Songs Alive Australia, they do a lot online. So any help that the government can see to help performers get a foot on stage, get their songs out there, road test them, and get the experience needed to become professionals is greatly appreciated. So whatever anybody has to say, I'm always looking for the opportunity for other people to get up there to start. We have a lot of people there's one girl who started with us 8 years ago who's now swapping with Nashville in the CMAA awards. She's got a swap with a girl who's come from Nashville to play in Australia. Those kind of arrangements are wonderful to be available. Unfortunately, only one person a year can do that, but it's a start, and it does show the other people coming up what is possible for them. Thank you very much.
Can I just add, in terms of the terms of reference, so we are D3, supporting music careers through professional development, a songwriters hub that we support, performance opportunities at our 2 festivals, Hats Off in July and January festivals, grant opportunities in number 4, funding mechanisms. We do apply for grants, sometimes they are accepted and more often than not rejected. Reduction in red tape and other barriers in the live music. Laurie Minson responds to that one. Other related matters, industry is supporting live music. There are some businesses such as the Guitar Factory in Penrith that host 3 live music open mics a month. Also youth bands that have formed recently come from their school. So I think there's a lot to be learnt from youth today, how they can access social media to promote themselves. We can't solve all the problems, but we just lend a helping hand to those individual musicians on their path as an artist. And also Kappa schools, who my daughter is part of, they are looking for instruments to help encourage live music in their own schools, but they can transfer to the community.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, we will open to questions now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. I don't know if I should declare an interest as a Gunnedah resident. I have been to many of the festival events in Tamworth over the years and to the Long Yard Pub on many occasions. It's a very family-friendly venue, so we like that.
Great.
But I wanted to ask specifically about the special entertainment precincts and the work that's happening on that in Tamworth. And I know, Mr. Ross, in the submission you say that it's close. I think the trial's close to getting underway, or it may have already started since we had the the submission and now. But I'm just keen to kind of get your initial sort of responses to how that's working, and then also from a venue perspective, whether the witnesses from the pub group might have something to say about how well that's working, or what you hope that vision ends up being for a place like Tamworth.
Yes, so between us putting in our submission and today, yes, the special entertainment precincts, we have 2 that have been approved by council and have now just begun the 12-month trial period. Driven primarily, of course, by our planning department, because it really is changes to our planning team. But of course, the benefits across the CBD precinct and the sporting and entertainment precinct, which the Long Yard is part of, are yet to be seen, but exciting times. At the same time, we also just recently approved our nighttime economy strategy as well. So we're really looking forward to now getting into that 12-month trial and working with businesses and operators like Craig and Sarah at the Long Yard and right across the city and within those precincts to make it a huge success.
So I guess just in sort of, practical terms, what will be different? What can the Long Yard, say, do now under this trial that you couldn't do before it was in place, and what will that do in terms of the live music scene in particular?
Look, I think given our current licence, it doesn't really change a lot compared to what we can do now. Obviously, we've always supported live music and been a major, probably live music venue in regional New South Wales. I've always thought, and this has been happening for a long time, this SEP, we've worked very closely with John Graham over the years to develop this and to make sure that Tamworth was one of the main cities to take it on. And as we just said, it's very early in the trial, so we can't really give any results. But it was more about, for me, it's always been more about the Tamworth brand's so big and live entertainment is so important to Tamworth, and if it wasn't for country music and live entertainment, we wouldn't be who we are. So it was always really important for the SEP to be part of Tamworth and to be part of our major areas. As I say, I'm comfortable in running country music or live music every day of the week. The SEP obviously might give us some additional hours and additional timeframes where we might not have to apply for extended trading hours and occasions like that, which we do during festivals and for some different events. But we're quite comfortable in applying for those and receiving those through the room gaming now. So I think as a whole, it's just a benefit that gives us government and national support or federal support around the hard work that we've put in.
Yeah, so it's almost just kind of embeds in what you've been doing in practice for a long time anyway, but makes it clear that that's going to be an important and continue to be an important part of Tamworth going forward, to have that sort of presence. Yeah,
that's
100%. I just think it really protects our position.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And I think going forward, as the CBD certainly grows, and from a development perspective, we encourage shop top living and living within the CBD. I think it gives us the framework and the guidelines for those people developing accommodation within the CBD, and those businesses that hospitality businesses that provide music within those areas. It gives both a framework and a pathway to make sure that everyone is meeting the requirements.
Yeah, okay. And then just one more if I can, Chair, and probably to the songwriters, but again, happy for input from other witnesses as well. It has been quite a consistent theme in the inquiry so far, that need to have more rehearsal spaces, having the right infrastructure for particularly sort of up-and-coming artists to be able to dedicate that time. And we've heard it from metro areas, but also very clearly from regional areas not having sort of the right fit-for-purpose spaces for not just performance but for rehearsals and things is a really big issue. How big an impact do you think that is having in Tamworth? I know you wanted support for the Performing Arts Centre, and I think that's a really important project. But how much is this impacting people in terms of being able to perfect I guess, their craft without having access to rehearsal spaces and the like.
Patricia, if you look in the past 20 years, all the country music clubs surrounding Tamworth and the Central West have closed their talent quests. So Forbes, Parks, Spectacular, Dubbo, Gilgandra and Ningen, I was part of the committee in Dubbo. They've all closed their doors for people to get up on stage and perform, and that's where they would practice their craft.
Yeah.
Christy Lamb, what's the name? Some of the names that have come through the doors. Travis Collins.
Yep.
So some of the artists that are winning golden guitars or are overseas in Nashville, they started at these little country music clubs. So unfortunately, with ageing committees, they've had to fold, and the cost and the rise of living, people can't afford to travel out west, and they're from Sydney. So I think that's having a major impact, and I think it might have a major impact coming towards festival time, because people do practice their craft in Tamworth, and they travel from all around the country.
Yeah.
Duncan again. I think if you're looking at adaptable spaces like the Tamworth, when there's no festival on, which I've experienced quite a lot for meetings and things like that. Yes, the major pubs on Peel Street do have, like the Tudor and what, do have entertainment during the week and on the weekends, and it's well attended from my observations. But without that massive people coming in for the two festivals, it's just I'm going to say a normal country town, basically. But if there were adaptable places what's that great room that's up near that car park where we had a
The
function?
UNE building? No.
Community centre? No.
The live music? The Bluebird room?
The Bluebird room.
Community centre.
I think the council might have created that, but it's a wonderful room. It's got lighting, it's got PA system, there's services there. If rooms like that can be available for not necessarily for the council to run events, but for independent organisations like ourselves to hire at a really good rate, we would be able to get more people on stage. And that's our biggest problem. It has been our biggest problem. I think last couple of festivals we've had 60 to 70 members come and play in Tamworth. They all play for free, except for the bands. So it's a big effort for them to come up, spend a week there, pay the accommodation and stuff. The more opportunities they would have with better bang for their buck, and also for the people attending the festival. I mean, if you've been to the festival, the program is absolutely huge. If you don't organise yourself, beginning of the day, you're wandering. So
I tend to get distracted by the buskers in Peel Street, but that's all right. That's a good thing. But
that's a good place to start as well.
Exactly,
And thanks for the council for doing that.
Yeah.
And they've adapted what happens and how people get a spot over the years. And it's a phenomenal experience to be able to hone your craft in front of people, just wander up and stand in front of you. It really is. But the streets got longer, I think, last year, and now there's some stages down the end of southern end of Peel Street, which is good. Just speaking of the festival, every year you get a questionnaire, how can we improve the festival, blah, blah. Every year I write back and say, put some tents on Cable Avenue. Because if you go to country regional festivals, you will see stages put around the place, which are not necessarily pubs licensed, but people just go in there and listen to music and walk off. So I think it is possible to look at those things, and probably they need funding for that as well. Because if you have a stage, you need a PA system. You need somebody to operate the PA system, because people come in, they do an hour spot, and then they go. So I think looking at flexibility, either putting in something temporary or having multi-purpose rooms that can be divided off, would be a phenomenal thing. Get people on stage.
And that's certainly the vision with the Performing Arts Centre and Precinct. It's not just about the big 600-seat theatre. It's about having those other spaces, rehearsal rooms, recording studios, where that creative practice and access is available in a like-minded, efficient, and sort of focused way. Because it's all about creative opportunities and those creative creative pathways. And the more we can create those, the better it is. And as I said before in my statement, that's the beauty of Tamworth. It's one of the most unique festivals in the country. It's not a gated festival. It's not curated as such. It's open and welcomes all artists at any point in their journey, and it creates those pathways to get on Peel Street, busk and have a go.
Well, I won't be doing that. But I'm very happy to watch the others they're very good. They're very, very, very talented people. Anyway, I digress. I'll let others ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I wondered if I could ask the Songwriters Association a couple of questions. You talk about artists turning up and not being paid, or doing it for the love of it and for the craft and for learning. I wondered, what are sort of some of the difficulties that your members and artists face in terms of booking shows, getting payment, all of that kind of thing? Could you speak a bit about that?
Do you want to start on that?
Well, you've had more experience. For the past 15 years, we've had our showcases in different venues. More recently, we've expanded into song rounds, which is very much done in Nashville, and so we've copied that format in case people don't turn up. So the difficulty I think people are facing is...
Can you explain a bit what that is?
Song rounds, like 3 people having a go, singing in a round.
Oh, okay.
Like that's a song round in Nashville, and I went there in 2010 and 11, and so we copied that format, and that's often used in Tamworth at other venues as well. And recently our numbers jumped from 50 to 96 over the last couple of years. So people are more interested, and it's more entertaining as well, having that format. So they are willing to get up and sing their songs so that someone's listening. I think that's... And they're willing to pay for that accommodation, their fuel, even though there's a current hike in cost. So at point, people have dropped off, like in this recent festival, saying, it's just too much for them. They're working already and they can't afford to pay those extra costs. So I think artists are becoming frustrated, not being able to, afford basically the costs to just get to Tamworth.
So could I ask, are your members by and large doing music as their main job, or is it a hobby, or would they like it to be what they did but can't make a living? What's the...
Yeah, so we have probably 3 brackets of membership. We have the amateur, who are just starting out, who have no experience. Then we have those who have been working either a different field, and their music is their hobby. That's me. And then there's some professionals who have been in the industry a long time that are sometimes getting a weekend gig that might have to rely on a benefit to survive. I don't know of anyone who's actually doing music full time. Marilyn. No, they're either diversifying into teaching or recording. They have to diversify. They can't rely on live music alone.
Okay. I'm going to pass over to my colleague.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for making the time this morning. I can't remember who it was, but somebody did mention in the opening statements about our Minister, the Honourable John Graham. He's obviously very committed to live music across the state. So I'll put quite an open question to the members here, and then I'll go to those that have dialed in. If you could have one ask of the Minister to help going forward, what would your priority be? What would you ask?
I would say funding opportunities.
Okay.
Apart from that great platform for a music centre, funding opportunities for artists, there are some out there, but they're highly competitive. And I've noticed just in the statements that I've got here that they've said that there should be more funding opportunities for artists with their startups.
And have you seen funding change in recent years at all, for better or worse?
There has been an increase. I noticed Sounds New South Wales, Music New South Wales,
Yep.
There are funding, but even though you go through the hoops, they reject it.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I think you have to have that initiative to apply, and I'm also a grants person, but I don't often have the time so time's going against me. But there are some grants out there, and I guess if we shared that with our membership, we can try and get them to apply for things that travel, accommodation. Council had an initiative to help artists travel to Tamworth, I think 20 artists, including Indigenous. So we would like to see more Indigenous presence in our organisation to help them, because music is not just, for some it could be making a living, but more likely or not it's more a bit of therapy for others. I've noticed in Louise, Sandy Louise's, she's found that there's a bit of a camaraderie among musicians these days that go to these songwriting open mics.
Thank you.
So I think if we support those events in clubs and pubs and at different venues, not just festival time, but all year round, I've noticed there's a resurgence in those kind of open mics.
Yeah.
Everywhere. They're everywhere now. But, I think we need to, if the Minister, probably he's more in touch with what's going on, and he could see that really musicians are not in it for the money. They're in it for the love of music, really. And so I feel, if we can support each other in these partnerships, I think we'll go a bit further.
Thank you. Mr. Ross.
Of course, I'm going to mention our project, but I would love the Minister to assist us to unlock a whole of government approach, a cross-portfolio funding approach to our project. It's not only for the LGA of Tamworth. This is a regionally significant project that has the opportunity to feed the northwest, the New England area, and the whole of northern New South Wales, and become a centre of excellence for not only live music but the creative industries.
Mr. Hill, anything to add?
It would be really nice to be able to have grants available to pay the artists something. Most of them have written songs. Most of them have put something into APRA, and APRA will pay you an amount of money when you perform live, which is very nice. But you can't make a living at it unless you're Alan Caswell or somebody like that who's got 1,000 songs with APRA. But I think a little bit of contribution from, because you get nothing from the public when you play up there other than some applause. So something from the artist world itself would be really appreciated. I think we pay our bands a couple of $100. They come up there for a week. We might have 5 or 6 bands play at two venues only, I think, remain. And sometimes the publican will give them some money, and we give them a couple of $100, and that lasts them the week. Petrol money, that's about all. And I think that's not enough. I'd love to be able to give them some more.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Thank you. What about our witnesses dialed in online? Anything to add? What would your
look, I can't thank John Graham enough. We've been involved with John for some years now, and look, his effort and his passion towards the live entertainment industry has been amazing. I think again we have struggled or battled with funding approval. And I understand that. I think that as a venue and a hotelier, that it is perceived that we do make a revenue, we do make money. It is a business, and so every grant that we have applied for, we've been knocked back. So I understand that, but I still do feel that if they're not rewarding venues like ours that have put so much effort into live music, because I would reinvest that back into live music. That money, I know a lot of those grants that have been handed out haven't really resulted in any success in growing the industry or helping the industry, where it is disappointing now and then to put all the effort in and to be someone that is passionately involved in the music industry, to not be able to have the advantage to put back in via the ability of being approved for funding. So that's been disappointing over our time, but John is fully aware, and Michael's fully aware of those struggles as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
In terms of just some...
Sorry, carry on. Sorry, carry on, Ms. Kasky.
In terms of just some numbers, of the Longyard Hotel's current commitment to live music, at the moment we have entertainment 7 days per week, which, including the festival periods, adds up to 470 gigs per year. So I think that's substantially, probably across the state at the moment. 7 days live music. That's a mix of solos, duos, and bands. And that comes at a cost of, well over $400,000 per year. So I guess in terms of, us continuing to commit, it would be nice to see some of those areas of funding approved at times.
Thank you. Thank you. If I could jump in and maybe ask, again, our online witnesses, just as a follow-up. So one of the things I understand, it's not a grant, but I understand that you have accessed the government's licence fee discounts and extended trading hours, and I think you referred to the extended trading hours at the beginning. And I just wondered, has that helped? So you are programming 7 days a week, and that's a lot of performances a year. I suspect one of the highest. Has that helped? And did I also hear you say in the introduction that you have other venues? So you have the Longyard, but you have other venues. Has it changed things in those as well?
Yeah, obviously our attendance has increased. Our investment has increased along with that, but our attendance has increased and our revenue has increased.
Right. So you'd encourage other venues to consider, that kind of incentive, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. The pie's always going to be only so big, so you will decanter that support if 20 venues all do 7 days a week in Tamworth, we might only have 3 people at it, not 20. So
Yes.
you've got to be careful, who does it and who doesn't do it, and
Yeah. Okay. I wondered if I could just one related question, and then I might go to the witnesses in the room. You program throughout the year. You then have an intense period during the festival, I guess. So, I mean, how many sort of staff do you have working on that? So we've got you there, Ms. Kasky. How is that coordinated?
That's all coordinated from our head office here. So pretty much I look after all the entertainment bookings for the 4 venues. That will include, putting tickets on sale. So in January, for instance, we have 151 shows. 91 of them are paid free shows and 60 are ticketed. So in terms of that, we sort of start working on the following festival by the end of February, the previous year.
Right. And
get to now where our programs are, 95% complete, and we're just sort of filling in the gaps.
Ticket sales versus free.
So ticket sales, we have 60 ticketed shows across our venues, and that's where we pay. Generally during festival, it's all bands. There are very limited spots for solos and duos, just because of the vast size of our venues and the number of patrons as well. And we're selling in between 12 and 12,500 tickets for the January period every year.
Okay, thank you. And
so tickets will go on sale early July.
Right. Okay. And when you say paid, so you mean paying the performers? So 90 of those.
91 shows where we pay performers.
It's a free show.
So it's what we call a free show, where the fees for bands can range anywhere from $800 to about $3,000.
Yep.
So the risk, that's right. The risk then comes onto the venues for those. So that's why it's important to us to plan what we see as the best fit for our venues.
So they're the only 2 categories: the paid free and the paid ticketed. You don't have. And I wanted to actually, this might be a question for Mr. Ross, because I'm not quite clear, also hearing from the Songwriters Association as well. So through the festival, you obviously have your buskers, which are a different category. Then you have other people performing at different venues. What is the arrangement with regards to payment for artists, the different arrangements? So I might head that to Mr. Ross, and then if you online have any comments, you can add. Mr. Ross?
Thank you. Yeah, look, as I mentioned before, I mean, our festival is unique in that the opportunity and the investment and the risk is shared by the whole community. But certainly all of Council's venues and those venues programmed by the Council on behalf of the festival, we pay all artists. We also make sure that we work in various models, guarantee models. So there's a guaranteed amount, and then we both do well as the show or the event does well. So all our artists that we program across our venues and within the park, the free concert within the park, the 10 concerts that happen during the 10-day festival, all artists are paid for that. Then of course, busking, it's
yes.
I call it self-employment.
Yeah.
That happens,
No
and
minimum
then
wage.
the arrangements. Shopping centres have little stages. I'm unclear about the arrangement, but I do feel that, and I would hope that artists appearing at venues like that or in other restaurants or little bars are all being paid.
But you don't collect any data on that, or you
Look,
don't?
we don't. I mean, we work closely, of course, with the pub group and the other major establishments, and we're very well aware that they are paying their artists. But we don't. We can't see inside everyone.
No, I just wonder because a lot of the evidence we've had from artists is, of course, how difficult it is.
Yeah.
One, to get gigs,
Yeah.
and then the other is that to actually get paid. We had one,
Yeah.
we had a panel in our previous day this week talking about that. So
And-
I just wondered in terms of the council.
Yes.
Sort of-
And if I could just touch on what Patricia mentioned was we did work with JobLink Plus, an employment provider service who helped us present an artist bursary program. We gave out 29 bursaries last year, and that's going to nearly double for the next festival. And that's ways of us trying to find other ways of giving back to artists or helping artists to get to Tamworth and have a go at that journey. Accommodation has always been an issue, like all coastal supply and demand type situations. Accommodation is tricky, so we came up with that artist bursary program to offer $1,000 per artist that they can use for their accommodation or their travel needs, just to get them there. Yeah.
Okay.
Accommodation actually triples during the January festival, not so much in July. I was just going to mention in supporting the careers of artists from when they're starting to when they win awards, or how do they break through? I think that is the magical question, because once they get their gigs, I know the Tamworth Country Music Festival, they have an artist development program, and it's really up to the individual to support their own career. But it's a very difficult notion. How do you get gigs? And how do you work with the different venues? How do you put your EPK, entertainment professional package, kit, whatever? So I think there's room for development for artists, and we have the Songwriters Hub, which just started last year, which has a performance opportunity with professional development. And so we're just supporting that. We also have a concert for disabilities on the first Monday of every festival. So we have about 12 artists that perform for a room full of people with disabilities, and we pay them because they pay. It's a user pay system. We used to have a grant from the Clubs New South Wales for the first 10 years, and then I took over as a coordinator in the last 7 years, and so now we've changed the format. Instead of the service providers getting the funding, we give it to our artists so that we support them.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Thank you for that. I mean, I do think we've heard from many artists here who are certainly hustling. They're certainly taking their career into their own hands. It's just that it's not entirely in their control. Yes, sorry. Yes, Mr. Powell.
I think what's important, and I think what's important to to remember is that there's so many different markets in music. So there's different levels of skill. And so while you're saying that there's artists that can't get gigs, there's I know in town for the stuff that we put on 7 days a week, there's artists that are saying, I don't want to do it. You know, I'm getting enough approaches from agents to do that gig. So that there's different levels of skill. There's different levels of what, obviously, the type of music, the genre of music you want to sell.
Yeah.
The stuff that obviously is viable, is financially viable for us. You know, for people to come in, enjoy music, and to obviously spend money over the bar and on food and whatever, it is usually music that people know. So it has to be covers. If you go to a songwriter's perspective, that's usually music that a crowd will sit by, the normal crowd, like a hotel crowd, and not be there to listen to that type of music. So there's so many different levels of what we're speaking about here. As to how you support and how it doesn't get support.
Yeah, no, look, I think that's a really good point. And I think that's, I mean, one of the interesting things about Tamworth is, of course, it is genre specific. It is very well known because of that. It is unique, really, in what it does, and it's really
also,
fascinating.
With the festival, and Pete, you know, pointed out that effectively no one owns the festival. What we experience a lot is people coming that have never been here before, and they say, "Where's the festival?" People have got this assumption today, and this is only really in the last few generations, that a festival is a gated stage or 2 or 3 stages with bands on it. You know, traditionally festivals weren't that. Traditionally festivals in communities and regional areas were towns that would put on a band here and put on a band there, and the local hall might put on a band. That's what Tamworth is, and it's just developed into a massive community festival. So when you ask for data, and we've worked with the council for years, it's nearly impossible because every individual venue, owner and operator do their own thing, book their own artists, have their own finances, and take their own risks. So there's no collective, and it's nearly impossible. And we've tried over the years to try and set up some analytics and some data around how many people actually come to this thing, how much money's being spent. But because it's effectively more than 100 individual operators running their own, which all comes together as a really great event, it's nearly impossible to track.
That's really interesting, and it kind of leads to a question, because it is, you're right, when people think festivals these days, they think, where do I buy my festival ticket? And so it's quite a different model. So I guess it leads to the question is, if we as the government are looking to develop this organic kind of movement that over time builds to something, what, in your vast experience between the witnesses here today, what are the types of things that we should be encouraging in other places that assist? There's not going to be a silver bullet, as you said, it's a devolved thing, but what are the types of other things, apart from funding, which we've spoken about, but are there other things that we could be doing that assist in this development? I'll start with you, Mr. Ross.
Look, I think encouraging similar models to what we have in Tamworth, you know, working with other local governments to make sure that they're talking with their business community, their hospitality community, bringing everyone together to share the opportunity, to share the risk, you know, for the long-term benefit, but so that, you know, things succeed. And I think that's the one thing that's, you know, it's a double-edged sword for Tamworth. It's unwieldy, but it's the thing that's helped us be there for 55 years. It is that shared risk approach.
Thank you. Any comments from the...
Yes, I think copying models, looking at what is working and sharing that with other organisations. So we are Tamworth Songwriters, but there's Australian Songwriters Association, there's the ABBA, Bush Balladeers. There are country music associations around the country that perform live music once a month. So I guess reaching out and branching out our memberships to do an open mic in their town or city. That's something on the agenda from last year, where we're willing to work with venues and put some money forward for an artist to run a songwriter's night or something. So that would increase live music not only in where we live but where other artists are living. And I think that is a grassroots approach which I think might, since it's working for us, I think it might work in other areas and help build community.
Mr. Hill?
I think the model for Tamworth are very difficult to copy. Katoomba doesn't do a bad job. They have some very good venues up there and a real eclectic of artists. When you look at a specific,
Are you talking about the folk festival, or is there a country?
Yeah, it's folk, but
the folk ones,
there's crossover.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, sure.
You know, it's a great big ball. When you look at an individual festival, sort of like Dorrigo, which is on a campground, but there is a pub fairly close by that doesn't really have artists in it when Dorrigo happens. In Dorrigo, you have pretty much professionals playing, but you do have a separate stage where people can get up and have a go. And it's not hugely attended, but it is a grassroots envelope. And I don't know who runs it and how they pay for it. Maybe Dorrigo does themselves. I'll have to ask them next time. But opportunities like that to attach yourself to another festival and provide opportunity for people who would not normally have a paid spot, I think is something to look at. We used to have a stage up in Gympie. TSA had a stage. We had some volunteers set up a stage and people could get up and play, which was very good. We got a few members out of that, which was very nice, and they've been with us for a while. So somehow, somewhere, you've got to be able to dip your toe in the water, put your songs out there, get some applause, get encouragement, and keep going. And having a toehold in a festival for an organisation like us, or the ASA, or gee whiz, not many left, is there?
ABBA.
Really? ABBA, perhaps. But ABBA have their own kind of stage in Tamworth anyway, so it's just out of town. But that's what I'm thinking would be a lovely idea.
Thank you, Mr. Power. Keeping in mind what you've said, it is devolved. It is, we're not going to be able to emulate completely what happens elsewhere. But for you as a business who's key to the festival, any suggestions for us as to those kinds of activities that we might be encouraging?
Yeah, I've often looked at it over the years and seen other festivals come and go, and especially those gated type events. We've been pushed down that track a few times by different consultants in this town as to, you've got to bring it all together. There should be one ticket that buys all, and most of those models have actually collapsed. Our model is very, very good, and it continues to grow. We've just seen probably the third or fourth continual year of growth, which is just massive, while other festivals are failing because they're usually promoter run, and it comes down to a cost based thing, and basically they really only have a few to half a dozen acts on a couple of main stages. In Tamworth, everything, the diversity is just unbelievable. And as I say, our venues alone have 151 acts over 10 days between basically three venues. One of our venues doesn't do too much at all. If you do the numbers, that's amazing when we own say maybe half the venues in town from a pub point of view, plus then you've got to add on all the clubs, then you've got to add on all the other stages in town. You can come to Tamworth and get every genre of country music and different type of country rock and Australian rock that you've ever imagined of in 40 or 50 different venues. That's so unique. I think you can learn a lot off that. I think the government can learn a lot off that. And I know that when the live entertainment they came to Tamworth this year, and the commissioner, mate, they were blown away. They actually hadn't seen it before, and they got a chance to see one of our venues who'd been subsequently knocked back on funding and just stood there and went, geez, we wish we had seen this venue before we had knocked you back, because we didn't realise what you actually do.
It is a really interesting contrast, the success of the festival for this model, as you said, the struggles of other festivals with other models is a really interesting comparison. You're right. I just want to check in with my colleagues to see if you had any questions. Any further questions?
No.
No, we're okay. In that case, I wanted to thank you all very much for the time you've made to appear and for your submissions. We may have some more questions for you, given us a lot to think about, and we'll get in touch with you if that's the case. But again, thank you so much for being so generous with your time and experience.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Can I just mention that Nashville is Tamworth all year round. So Tamworth is the most exciting event of the year, and Nashville is at every day. So all the venues are packed in honky-tonks, and that is an amazing place to visit. And that's how Tamworth Songwriters started, from two people, John Minson, Max Ellis, went to Nashville and said Tamworth needs this model for our organisation to start up. But anyway, thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, everyone. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Welcome to our inquiry. I'm going to get you all to start by stating your name, your position, title, and swearing either an oath or an affirmation, and we will start with Mrs. Baxter.
Hi, so my name is Ashley Baxter. I'm the Executive Director of Eastern Riverina Arts. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Tate.
Hamish Tate, Director, Riverina Conservatorium of Music, Wagga Wagga. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Wendy Brooks, I'm the CEO of Young Regional Conservatorium and the President of the Association of New South Wales Regional Conservatoriums. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Prentice.
Garth Prentice, I'm a board member of the Southern Tablelands Arts. I swear that the evidence now about to be given to me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you so much. And would any of you like to make a short opening statement?
We would, if that's okay.
Ms. Baxter, do you have one first?
No.
No. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today on behalf of the Association of Regional Conservatoriums. The association represents 17 conservatoriums who are located across New South Wales, and together we serve approximately 25,000 students, employ more than 500 music educators and musicians, and deliver thousands of live music experiences every year to communities across regional, rural and remote New South Wales. In 2025 alone, regional conservatoriums presented more than 1,100 student performances, over 1,000 staff performances, more than 125 visiting artist concerts, over 500 concerts specifically for public school students, and contributed to more than 750 community events. Collectively, these activities reach hundreds of thousands of people annually across regional New South Wales. Regional conservatoriums occupy a unique position within the live music ecosystem, simultaneously being educators, presenters, employers, audience developers, and creative hubs. In many regional communities, the conservatorium is the principal provider of both music education and live music performance. Importantly, 2 parliamentary inquiries have now recognised the importance of regional conservatoriums to the cultural and educational life of New South Wales. The Parliamentary Inquiry into the Music and Arts Economy in New South Wales, 2017 to 19, identified the need for regional conservatoriums to be fit for purpose. More recently, the Joint Select Committee on Arts and Music Education and Training in New South Wales, 2024, found that regional conservatoriums provide excellent music education and services and foster creativity and connectedness in regional communities. It also recommended increased funding and a stronger partnership between regional conservatoriums and the Department of Education. Today we wish to make 5 key points. Regional conservatoriums are essential live music infrastructure. Recommendation 34 of the inquiry into the music and arts economy in New South Wales remains unfinished, and recent developments demonstrate the continuing vulnerability of regional conservatorium infrastructure. Regional conservatoriums are audience incubators that create future audiences for live music. Regional conservatoriums support music careers and creative practice. Funding and infrastructure constraints remain the greatest barriers to growth. And we're happy to expand on any of these points as you may require. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Prentice, do you have an opening statement?
Yeah. I just wanted to give a little bit of more context to myself being here, as well as being a board member for Southern Tablelands Arts. I am a musician and performer in the Hume region, and own a private music studio, education studio in Goulburn. For the past, previous to that, I spent 10 years as a tutor in the Regional Conservatoriums program. And for many of those years was the contemporary music manager of the Hume Conservatorium. I'm excited to be a representative of live music and in particular being a live music performer myself.
Excellent. Welcome. Thank you all very much again for being here. I might kick off then, following on from your introduction, Dr. Brooks. Your submission specifically calls out, as did your introduction, infrastructure, and having the importance of having the right infrastructure to support live music. What is it that you think, as an organisation, that is lacking? What is the current infrastructure, and what's lacking? What are the challenges with what's there?
Do you want to start? Hamish.
Do you mind if I respond?
No, of course.
No, no.
Thanks.
So the parliamentary inquiry in 2018 identified that regional conservatoriums were an important part of the infrastructure for New South Wales in terms of music and the arts and live music in particular, but also identified that there's a lack of suitable facilities, and that is a significant barrier. As a consequence, recommendation 34 from that inquiry called upon the New South Wales Government to ensure that regional conservatoriums are in fact fit for purpose to deliver live music and to ensure that the people of regional New South Wales have access to that. Again, in 2024, the Joint Select Committee also reinforced the importance of regional conservatoriums and in particular the relationship with the Department of Education at the time to try and make sure that regional conservatoriums have a sustainable pattern into the future. And while some work has been made in this space, there are the recommendation 34 has not been fully implemented.
So currently we have approximately 1/3 of our 17 conservatoriums still do not have access to adequate performance facilities. So for example, I'm in Young, we don't have any performance space of our own. We have to hire the local cinema to present even a student concert. Currently there's no identified infrastructure funding pathway where we can address that need. Several conservatoriums are currently, and we've had things arise even in the last week, facing uncertainty around their tenure, around their occupancy costs, and around their long-term access to facilities. And of course, those issues directly undermine the intent of Recommendation 34. We have a couple of case studies, if you'd be interested to hear.
So I'll keep this quite brief. The Macquarie Conservatorium, which is in Dubbo, has historically occupied an old school owned by the New South Wales Department of Education. It's had that under a peppercorn lease arrangement for over 25 years.
Right.
They have just recently been advised by the Department of Education that in fact they don't do peppercorn anymore, and so they're now going to have to pay commercial rent for the same facility that they've occupied for 25 years under a peppercorn lease arrangement. And I don't want to quote figures for that because I don't have any, I can't verify the actual rental figures, but they far outweigh their ability to afford that from a business sustainability point of view for a not-for-profit charitable organisation in that community, which for its entire lifetime has never had to factor in that significant commercial lease cost. Why does that matter? It matters because every dollar that's spent on rent when they're occupying a government-owned facility means that that's money that can't be spent on music education. What that also means is that it also is money that can't be used to invest in live music performance. It can't be used to develop audiences. It can't be used for community engagement, and it can't be used to actually employ regional musicians and educators to move to the remote communities of Dubbo. And as many of you are aware, and I know the Honourable Sarah Mitchell from regional New South Wales knows just how hard it is to get professional people to move to regional New South Wales, and particularly when we're unable to provide sustainable salary structures. So this is just an example. We also had only this week another case from New England where a similar situation is arising in the Newling building for the New England Conservatorium, which also happens to be one of the largest and most successful regional conservatoriums in the state. Again, a property owned by the Department of Education, looking to divest itself of that asset and exposing the regional conservatorium to possible eviction from that facility. That's not, they haven't been told they've got to be leave, but they have been told that they need to prepare themselves for that. That would be a devastating loss, but also a huge imposition on the community and the government as a consequence, because something would have to be done to address that. It is one of the Tier 1 conservatoriums teaching thousands of students every week. The 2024 inquiry reinforced those concerns, and one of the factors in that is that there'd be a stronger relationship between the Department of Education and New South Wales regional conservatoriums, but it would appear that branches of the Department of Education are actually working against the principles of the Regional Conservatoriums Grants Program, and in fact against the recommendations of those two previous inquiries.
So if I can just add, 2 parliamentary inquiries 6 years apart have recognised the importance of regional conservatoriums and called for stronger support, yet some conservatoriums are now facing the loss of facilities, insecure tenure arrangements and occupancy costs threatening their long-term sustainability. And of course, on the day-to-day, ground operations, while we're dealing with those things, we're distracted from delivering music education. We would ask that the implementation of Recommendation 34 of the Inquiry into the Music and Arts Economy in New South Wales be completed, and that the recommendations 26 and 27 of the Joint Select Committee on Arts and Music Education and Training in New South Wales be implemented. We would love to see a community of service principle for regional conservatoriums occupying public facilities to be established, and we'd love to have affordable and secure long-term tenure arrangements in place.
Thank you.
Could I
Yes, of
add
course
to
you
that
can.
a little bit?
Yes.
I was fortunate enough the Hume Conservatorium does have quite a nice building and a few performance spaces, but part of our infrastructure as well is the schools in our local regions. And going into those schools, we need to be provided with a room, and sometimes we're in the back in a big cold hall, or in the back of a hall in a broom cupboard sort of situation. Wendy's laughing because she knows all too well.
We're all
we've been in the broom cupboard. And secondly, the support from our schools. I was talking to some people today about it from Hume Conservatorium, and they estimated that the payment for a conservatorium tutor to come and deliver music curriculum into the school, about 70% of that comes from P&C fundraising.
Right.
And the other 30% of that comes from private benefactors, or the cost is passed on to the parents. And so, speaking with a principal at Marulan Public School, where I currently am delivering individual tuition, he's had to move towards a online curriculum that is taught by his teachers, which is basically a rote learning method. And so the kids sit in front of a screen and they write things about music, and then that's done for their music education through primary school. He also noted that the funding model changes for public schools in 2 years ago, I think it was, where public schools are no longer allowed to pool money from their funding for extracurricular activities, is stopping them from being able to spontaneously purchase music entertainment for their students or music education for their students. Lastly, I was made aware today that the public school curriculum is changing to increase the amount of arts education within the public school, which is very exciting, but there's no funding increases for any support of those programs. So my contact at the Hume Conservatorium is saying the schools are contacting her saying, I don't know how we're going to afford to keep you on board when this is the requirements. I think it's changed from a half hour a week to an hour a week. My apologies, I don't know exactly what it is.
Okay, thank you. I might move from infrastructure to the experience of, because it kind of, I guess, overlaps a little bit, the experience of musicians themselves. Mr. Prentice, you highlighted in your submission that regional musicians, that there's a consistent appetite for live music, but that doesn't necessarily translate to that consistent paid opportunities for and employment for musicians. What's the main reason for the gap between the appetite and the opportunity, do you think?
That was to do with the appetite for the punters as to come and witness live music and purchase those tickets. I think I'd like to state that I view there is two avenues of live music performance. One is the cover scene that was kind of mentioned quite strongly from the Tamworth guys, and the second being the artistic creation and the performance of original music. we're fortunate enough in Goulburn to have quite a lot of our venues support live musicians, but the same as Tamworth, they are paying to provide live music as a sort of jukebox scenario where you go in and you need to play back-to-back songs that people know, words, all the verses, all the choruses, and that's how you keep people in the pubs. On the original music side, I personally have received some funding to put on a musical showcase at the Goulburn Club, our local live music scene, niche music venue, and previous to this year had been putting it on once a month that supports our live music and original music artists in Goulburn. 2 weeks ago, I used that funding to put on the first of 4 shows, which supported 3 original music acts, and that show sold out, which is incredible. So, firstly, the amount of risk that I had to put against that show was taken away by the funding that I had received, and so I am able to then put some expenses into advertisement. I'm able to provide guarantees for the performers that I am hiring, rather than it being 100% around a ticket sale situation.
And where did you get that funding?
So partly that in Goulburn we have the Veolia Centre, which is a waste management centre, and they have a body called the Veolia Mawari Trust, and provide an art scholarship, 3 art scholarships each year. I applied for it. Secondly, it was through my connections through Southern Tablelands Arts. They applied additional funding on top of that. So neither of those have been government programs, I suppose.
Right.
Although Southern Tablelands Arts does receive government funding, it was an aside from their.
Okay, so it was philanthropic funding that you essentially received. Okay.
And although we sold out, the ticket sales from that show don't cover the expenses of what it costs to put on that show. There's a limitation with the venue, but also I'm not sure we would have sold many more tickets. There was 70 people in the door, and that was chock-a-block. But then to go into next year and provide those shows without that funding, I would then have to either double or triple the ticket cost, which then removes basically the entirety of our audience and the what they're willing to pay to come and see live music.
Okay, thank you. I've got more questions, but I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to hand over to my colleagues. Ms. Mitchell?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for being here and for the work that you do. I don't know if I should declare an interest, I probably should. My children go to the Gunnedah Conservatorium, as you know. My youngest has musical theatre class this afternoon, so we're very lucky to have that in Gunnedah, and as a parent I really appreciate the work that our local con does. Which kind of leads me a bit to my question. One of the things that we've heard is sort of the impact of cost of living when it comes to people, I guess not just being able to give their children opportunity to attend classes and things, but even also for live performances and shows that local conservatoriums and performing arts organisations put on. Are you seeing an impact, particularly I guess over the last couple of years, with the number of students that you're able to support, or even when you do have shows coming through, the number of community members who are able to come and what that impact has been?
Yeah, can I? Yeah,
please,
we're certainly seeing that in Young. We have very poor uptake of ticket sales before an event. People won't buy a ticket until the last day. They'll buy a ticket at the door possibly, but certainly in terms of students enrolling for lessons and continuing with lessons, we've had a lot higher rate of discontinue due to unaffordability, a lot more pressure on our bursary program. We're very fortunate. We have local community groups who donate to our bursary program. A Lions Club and a Rotary Club give us fantastic bursary funding, but it's really under strain at the moment. There's definitely a lot of pressure on families, both in that sense of the lessons and then local performances. Yeah.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, please. I'm happy for all of you to.
So in the Riverina, and I'm sure Ashley can talk to the same, is a very similar pattern. However, we have actually found the appetite for experiencing live music is very strong. So we put on several free events throughout the year where the public can just come to events that the Conservatorium puts on. We do a Christmas with the Conservatorium event down on the Riverside stage in Wagga Wagga, and over the last 3 years we've averaged 3,500 to 4,000 people attending that. So the appetite to attend these events is actually very strong. We run a lunchtime concert series, which is a live music series of concerts through the autumn season of the year, so across a 10-week period through autumn, and we have in excess of 1,100 people turning up to those 10 concerts. So it's on average about 100 to 110 people per week for those performances. However, when it comes to commercial events, and if you look at ticket pricing in regional venues as opposed to ticket pricing, say at Sydney venues, you're talking a fraction. Like it'd be down to a quarter of the price of a comparable concert, even the same artists. So to give you an example, we have a visiting artist program. I recently had a visiting pianist come who is the head of keyboard at the Australian National Academy of Music, one of Australia's leading concert performers. The week before he performed in Wagga, he was performing at the Canberra Festival where people were paying $80 to $90 a ticket. At the Riverina Conservatorium, people were sort of going for a $30 ticket. So that's just a single example, but I think that's probably reflected across the board. The capacity to pay in regional communities is lower. I think another economic factor that needs to be considered is that regional economies just do not have the same number of zeros on the backs of them as metropolitan counterparts. So when we're talking philanthropic dollars that come in from the community to support the arts, it's a lot lower in number. I might talk to my colleague at the Sydney Conservatorium and she'll talk figures with 6 zeros at the end. We might be talking 3. So the capacity for the community to actually generate philanthropic dollars is vastly reduced in regional communities. And so that means that these privately funded enterprises that we are encouraged to engage in actually really don't go to service much. But I think it is important. The economies in regional communities, we're looking at a very grim outlook. I think the Bureau has forecast an El Nino season. Why this is relevant to a live music discussion is that regional New South Wales, where we're representatives of, is massively impacted on by the weather. So if we head into now a super dry winter and a dry following summer, then the regional economies will in fact decline, and that will mean reduced spending and experience. So it really does put some pressure on us to make things economically accessible, but in the current funding environment, like regional conservatoriums haven't had a proper review of their funding program for over 16 years. So with that, we're still operating on a funding model that was set up in 2009, and whilst that has sort of had some level of Treasury escalation on it, it hasn't kept pace, particularly in recent years, with the substantial increases in inflation. And as a consequence of that, our ability to even provide bursary support to young musicians, to visiting artists, etc., is becoming less and less sustainable. And when you're looking at your budget forecasts and you're going, okay, well, what's going to give in this? It might be that we're reducing 8 concerts back to 4, or so the live music experience starts to really be impacted on that. Having talked to regional venues in our city, their ability to pay, so it's recent funding that's come through, and Ashley can probably talk about that, has been very helpful for our community. But I might hand over to you to talk to that.
Be good to get your Thank you. So I'd like to echo Hamish's point about audience appetite. Post-COVID, people want joy, and speaking with the manager of the Civic Theatre in Wagga Wagga, music and comedy absolutely sell out. People are coming to those shows in droves. So that audience appetite for live music is there, which is really positive. Something, just touching briefly on a point that Garth raised earlier about the sustainability of having live music performances, something that we found when we ran our Riverina Touring Network project, which was more focused on performing arts, less so live music. But what it showed us when we brought tours to our region to small halls and venues that otherwise wouldn't have access to touring shows is that it's actually about more of a long-term investment. Once you start out, you might just be breaking even in terms of the cost of bringing a performance to that town or that small hall or that region, in terms of how that compares to your audience, your ticket sales. But over time, the audience will build. I think that audiences need to be given more credit than they probably are, and people, people can be taken on that journey. So I know there was a point raised in the previous discussion about covers and pubs and that it's difficult to bring venues along for that journey in actually supporting original live music, but it can be done, and we've seen that communities in our region, very small communities that just have a small hall that's run by volunteers, when they're provided with that ongoing support to bring tours to their region, bring performances, bring original live music, it actually does pay dividends in the end, and the audiences do come. And something that what makes that possible, when you asked earlier about infrastructure, if we're looking at all parts of the ecosystem, it's not just about the bricks and mortar infrastructure, it's about the building the capacity in those venues for this to be possible, and that actually comes through it's very simple, just dedicated staffing, producer roles, brokerage roles, to be able to connect musicians, to connect performers with the venues, to make sure that what's required to make them tour ready, for example. So there's that really sort of awkward in-between stage between what takes you from being a good musician to being someone that's tour ready, that can go to multiple venues around your region and perform, and also what's going to make venues want to approach you to perform, whether that's pubs or whether that's venues like the Civic Theatre in Wagga Wagga. So that piece of the puzzle is actually one where we found through our work on the Riverina Touring Network that brokerage role and that role of that producer is vital. And that's also something that Music New South Wales has their regional coordinator program. But we've got one amazing person from Music New South Wales who works across part of our region and part of another region as well, and it's a huge footprint for one person to be supporting all of these emerging musicians to develop EPKs and provide that mentoring, get them up to a point where they're tour ready and able to go off on their own and pursue their careers. So I guess fundamentally the point of all of that is basically to say that the infrastructure, yes, it's about the bricks and mortar and the venues and the facilities, but it's also about what's that really key piece of the puzzle, who's that key person that's going to actually make all of this happen.
Thank you, that's useful. I'll let others. Thanks,
Ms. Fairman?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to ask about the government's new plan for regional New South Wales arts, culture and creative industries, the Heartland plan or document, and noticed that it was mentioned in the Conservatorium's submission. Can I check firstly whether there was any formal or even informal consultation with any of your organisations regarding the development of that regional arts policy?
I believe there was no formal or informal consultation. We did have one of our directors who was also on our executive committee who attended in Tamworth, I believe. Rebecca Ryan from Gunnedah Conservatorium attended and updated on us, but no, we weren't consulted as a group. Eastern Riverina Arts was consulted. A lot of the regional arts development organisations in New South Wales, all of them were consulted on the plan. So.
Okay, thank you. Because I think it's the first time that it's been pointed out so starkly, actually, that the gap in the plan in terms of infrastructure that it focuses on investment in people and partnerships, not infrastructure. So there appears to be no future funding stream planned. And that's actually across the whole art, so it's Create New South Wales, and Sound New South Wales. So my question is with the regional conservatoriums, or actually all of you, the last significant funding that you say that you received in terms of the conservatoriums was 2021, 2022. And you've also noted that the venue upgrade grants kind of they're tricky because of the live music performance criteria. So across the whole of government, not just, for example, Sound New South Wales, what can you identify, this is at a state level, in terms of support and grants? Are there any others for performance, for performance-based, for infrastructure?
For infrastructure development?
Yep.
Well, I think the key problem which regional conservatoriums are facing is, we comb the grants opportunities, but infrastructure development for regional conservatoriums, the funding is just not available, and it takes an enormous process to get any kind of traction in that process. So the creative capital rollout, which was 21, 20, around that time frame, I think there were 2 rounds at the time. That has benefited enormously a couple of the conservatoriums. So Southwest Music, for example, and Deniliquin, they got sufficient funding from that to purchase their building and are in the process of renovating that building. A number of others had received funding to be able to do some performance venue upgrades and enhancements, but it was a very competitive bid process, so there was never going to be an equal distribution of funding across all the conservatoriums, so it really came down to grant writing capacity on the individual basis, which was great. And a lot of conservatoriums did manage to upgrade internal equipment, so I know a large number of conservatoriums upgraded some of their performance equipment, so that might have been musical instruments, lighting infrastructure, some sound infrastructure. But as far as bricks and mortar is concerned, not so much. I think the other key issue is that people's capacity to actually there aren't any extant mechanisms for regional conservatoriums to apply into to actually significantly increase the scope or scale or compliance level of their existing infrastructure. Not that I'm across as I sit here today. I couldn't tell you if any of my colleagues are aware.
Yeah. So thank you for that. That's very useful. So do you happen to know, because the committee can find this out, but in terms of that package, which was at the 2021-2022, the one you just talked through in terms of that benefited a couple of the conservatoriums particularly, and then others were able to buy equipment. Have you got an idea of what that overall kind of funding package was that went to the conservatoriums that year?
I couldn't tell you.
No, some of them were very large. Some of them were, I think the Southwest Music one was quite a large amount of money, but some of them, and I can say, for example, I know mine was $35,000, so it was 2 pianos worth. So it was a very, very varied across the conservatoriums who did get something. It was quite a difference.
It was also viewed at the time as being a very once-off, sort of once-in-a-generation funding opportunity. Everybody put in an application for something. Some won, some didn't.
Have you put together like an overall kind of business plan or pitch for all of the different conservatoriums in terms of the funding required to get to, the kind of level of infrastructure, upgrading that you require? Has that been done? Has that work been done? I suppose it's almost like a business plan, but...
Yeah, so the association is obviously just the collection. Each of the individual conservatoriums operates as a separate organisation in their own rights, and they have varied facilities arrangements. So some sit on Crown land, some sit on property owned by Department of Education, some are in property owned by Create New South Wales, some are in property that they own themselves, some are in property owned by universities. So the collection is very varied, and the mix of access to funding through that also varies. Some conservatoriums have enormous local government support. For example, Orange Regional Conservatorium, for example, has immense local government support, and they're getting a brand new building which is worth, I think, probably getting close to $40 million, which is an extraordinary community investment with, I think, all three levels of government contributing to that. But yes, I think your suggestion around a business case for the entire association around what it would look like to actually have fit for purpose facilities for all of the conservatoriums in need, I think that's an essential piece of work that needs to be done. And as yet that hasn't been done, but I think that's something that we definitely have to take note of.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I just add to Ashley's point
yes,
there about the Music New South Wales connection coordinator guys? We are fortunate enough to have one in our area as well. His name's Sam Rees, but he works 2 days a week and is in control of is supposed to be talking to the artists in a region that's almost double the size of the Southern Tablelands arts region. And so the personally in Goulburn we have seen him 2 times in the last 5 years. And so to be able to come and create networking opportunities. And as I'm talking to venues and musicians and people over the last week or so, they've doubled down on Ashley's point that music coordinators are the missing part. The promoters and the people who actually organise the shows.
Thank you. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Ms. Merton.
Thank you very much, and to each of you for your participation. In an earlier hearing on this inquiry, we were looking at music education. And I note, Mr. Prentice, you make reference to this in your submission on page 2 in terms of under point 4, lack of access to music education. You say limited and declining musical education opportunities available in public schools. I'm wondering whether you might be able to just elaborate a little bit more on that.
Yeah, well, I suppose I tried to touch on that already a little bit, in that the schools are not receiving the funding that they need to employ professional musical educators on both a primary and it's better in the high school system, obviously, because they can employ their own. As we continue to move into schools, I actually I have a quote here from a principal who I won't call out, but talking to him about his musical education program and whether he would like to have a musical, both the classroom music and individual tuition in his school. He said, "Our school is not looking for classroom music tuition or individual tuition at this time." And I was like, "Oh my goodness, okay, that's it's like a blanket wall against allowing musical educators in." As to the declining side of it, the deals that we're able to make, I was able to make with schools as part of the conservatorium, are getting more often declined because of the amount of funding that schools receive and because they're not able to pool their money together.
Can we make a comment on that?
Of course.
Please. Well? Music education in New South Wales is not accessible. I think that's just putting a very blunt line, and it would be remiss of us to be here and not make that statement. It is a completely user-pay system, whether you're attending government schools or you're attending non-government schools. Whilst the school curriculum provides music as part of the curriculum, as detailed by the New South Wales Education Standards Authority, that is very, very simplistic concept of music. You cannot just attend school and use school curriculum-based music education to prepare someone for a career as a live musician. What that takes is now parents have to actually invest out of the school environment in extracurricular music, whether that be provided or facilitated by the school itself, as in that they allow teachers to come in and teach in the school, but even then it will be a parent pay system, and that exists whether that is a private school or a non-government school. So public education in itself, through the curriculum, cannot provide specialist training in musical instruments, which are required to then go into venues and perform as they grow into mature adult musicians. This is what regional conservatoriums have been trying to address with government now for decades, is that we have to make specialist music tuition a part of the core learning experience for every child in New South Wales. Statistically, and I'm not going to quote statistics because I don't have them in my head, but I know from our own experience in the Riverina, in the Wagga area, is that whilst we are working in all bar 3 of the Wagga Wagga public schools, we're only scratching the surface in each of those schools, where maybe 40 maximum kids in a school of 500 students will be learning music and experiencing music. And so that's very, very limited exposure. To combat that, Riverina Conservatorium, and I know other conservatoriums are doing similar things, we're raising money outside through philanthropic donations to actually put specialist music educators into those schools to support the schools to achieve what Garth was talking about around curriculum based, because most of the schools don't even have a teacher that can do specialist music curriculum. And this was something that the Joint Select Committee in 2024 found categorically across the board. The teacher shortage is not helping that situation, but the sheer lack of access is probably one of the biggest barriers to a long-term sustainable future for live music in particularly regional New South Wales. Kids are not learning music, and as a consequence of not learning music, there's not going to be anyone to actually play it. And that is the systemic problem that starts right at the very beginning, and it's really the basis of our argument, and I think it's probably one of the key reasons why we're sitting here. We're the incubators in regional New South Wales for growing and developing people and their capacity to actually play and then ultimately perform music. And our statistics across that they're very great. We're reaching over 25,000 kids, but if you take the number of kids across regional New South Wales, again, we're not even scratching the surface. So, yeah.
May I add just one more thing on top
Certainly.
of that? In the 90s and the early 2000s, the TAFE in Goulburn ran quite a proficient and a music program to train musicians at a tertiary level, and you can really tell that the musicians that stand out in our town because of that program, and they went on to become the leaders in the conservatorium, and they went on to become the people who were performing in that town. I personally was at TAFE as a transitional course into my university degree, and halfway through that course, the government funding cut those courses out from under us, and but also recently. So that was very disappointing. But recently, I went back to do some study at TAFE, and there was free music education through the TAFE program, which I think was and my classmates were all basically from the regions, and to try and learn at a tertiary level. I was doing it was a diploma in music business, so it was about learning the infrastructure. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
I know there's a lot more to talk about, and I know that there's probably some more questions that might be coming to you through the Secretariat, but I just want to take the opportunity to thank you all for coming along physically. That's a bit of an effort as well, I understand. So we appreciate it very much. We appreciate your submissions and the time and effort that you put into being here today, but the work that you do. Thank you so much.
May I just say
Certainly.
one? I just on. I had a chat to some live musicians,
Yes.
and we haven't really talked about their perspective here today.
Yes.
There's a overwhelming feeling that the funding is getting stopped at the infrastructure level and it's not actually trickling down into those musicians. I also had two really awesome points made to me, which was regional musicians, particularly this gentleman was from Newcastle, and he has to drive to Sydney to catch the plane because they offer your instrument to go on the plane for free. If he was to go to Newcastle Airport, as he did pre-COVID, they would offer that as well, but that has not since been reinstituted. And to pay for his instrument to go to the regions actually takes out his entire fee.
That's weird. That is weird, isn't it?
Secondly, it was that the calculated hours that it takes to write a grant based on the risk of not getting it is overwhelming for a lot of musicians, and some of them I have one person that I talk to who is very successful with their grants, but he can only apply for one a year and he does it collaboratively because of the time that it takes to apply for these things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you for those
thank
points.
you.
And we
Important.
are hearing a lot about the barriers in grants, particularly for individuals, but we understand that there are institutions as well. So thank you so much for
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming today.
We've got a bit of a hybrid session, so we've got 3 witnesses online and 2 here in person. So welcome to the afternoon session of our hearing today. We're going to get you to state your name and swear either an oath or an affirmation before we begin. And I think I will start in the room because we've got the fewer in the room, and we'll start with you, Mr. Hess. Hesse.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Morgan Lewis, yes.
And can you say where you're from, Mr. Lewis?
I am from Fillmore's, Kiama. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank
and
you.
Then we might go to Mrs. Brandon.
Hello. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And you're from?
I was former Vice President of the Kangaroo Valley Folk Festival and Vice President of the Shoalhaven Business Chamber.
Thank you very much. Ms. Armstrong?
You're muted.
Sorry, you're on mute, Ms. Armstrong.
Sorry. I'm Director of the Cobargo Folk Festival, Vice President of the UN Folk Club. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Logue?
I'm Peter Logue. I'm the President of the UN Folk Club. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And before we begin today, we're going to ask if you have any statements, and I should declare that I have met Mr. Lewis on a number of occasions in Kiama as the Judy MLC down there and have been to his venue, Fillmore's. So would you, any of you like to make a statement to begin with? Mr. Hesse?
I suspect my submission might be elegant enough or inelegant enough, but
Excellent, thank
happy
you.
to answer questions on it, obviously.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis?
Yes, I haven't prepared a statement, so very happy to answer questions.
Okay. And online, Mrs. Brandon, do you have a statement to begin, or are you happy to go to questions?
Happy to go to questions, thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Armstrong or Mr. Logue, either of you would like to make an opening statement?
I think we're happy to go to questions.
Okay. Brilliant. Well, let's do that. All right. If we can start then maybe with Mrs. Brandon, can you tell us something about what it's like to try and run a festival in the region? What are the main challenges? We've heard costs are going up, but also perhaps, given that we've heard from other festivals today, I guess the model that you pursue.
So the Kangaroo Valley Folk Festival will be in its 18th year this year. I have resigned as Vice President of the Shoalhaven Folk Club, which carries the Kangaroo Valley Folk Festival. I've resigned from that position because of the sheer amount of work that is required to go into the festival. I was looking after applying for grants, on which I applied for a grant last year, I believe it was, that would have taken about 8 to 12 hours of time just to fill out the application forms for the grant, and then we were unsuccessful. The sheer amount of volunteer hours that's required to put in by volunteers means that the volunteers that are currently in place are generally retired, which then means that they are over 65 years of age, and we don't have younger people coming through. It's a completely volunteer-run festival with about 150 volunteers at any time whilst the festival is going, and around 30 volunteers in the background for the entire year. My concern going forward is that these festivals will not continue in these regional areas because of the cost of living and because of time. My generation do not have the time or the capacity to take on those roles voluntarily. And it seems kind of not worthwhile when you apply for a grant, for instance, and you're unsuccessful, which then leads to applying for sponsorship or funding from private companies more than anything, which then might be easier to obtain, but then comes with a whole heap of underlying, I guess, relativity to that brand. For instance, Origin were a sponsor of our festival. I'm not sure that the people of the Kangaroo Valley area were happy about that, or were they not? It would be great to see New South Wales government, for instance, be the sponsor as opposed to those multinational organisations, I guess they are, or big businesses. But my main concern is that we don't have the volunteers that we need because of the cost of living crisis and because of the costs of the festival going forward. If we've only got retirees as the volunteers, what hope do we have? Hope that makes sense.
Thank you. And I might go to Ms Armstrong, given your role at the Cobargo Folk Festival, what your response to that question would be.
I'd agree with a lot of what Crystal has said. We're in our 30th year. We celebrate our 30th festival next year. And we also have issues regarding succession, although I think we've got a young team coming on because we've spent quite a lot of time outside the festival training up younger volunteers. But we do know that time is at a premium for them. It's very difficult if they're working full time. Many of our volunteers will take at least up to 2 weeks off to help us deliver the festival, and that's kind of not really all that sustainable in the longer term. I think that Kangaroo Valley and Cobargo, we're part of a folk and roots sector that engages a huge number of people across Australia every year, and we sustain our regional economy. Cobargo is a village of just under 800 people, but we put in very directly in terms of visitor spend over $1.2 million every year through this event. That's not counting on flow-on effects. We provide opportunities for more than 70 different acts, so that's music as well as poetry, storytelling, dance, a huge number of different artistic genres that are represented at our festival. But particularly for musicians, it's probably one of the main opportunities that they have to demonstrate their work, to perform before large crowds. So the number of people who come to Cobargo every year is probably around about 4,000 each weekend, which aggregates to around about 9,000 or so over the weekend itself, because most people stay for at least 3 days. Now, without that opportunity, I think a lot of musicians in regional Australia, they just would not be able to perform. They would not even be able to think about entering any kind of musical career, because there are very few venues in our area where musicians can perform live. Those that are here are very good, but they're really sparse. Opportunities for musicians to get together are much less than they might be in the major cities. So these festivals are kind of very important to maintain. But volunteer burnout is a real thing, particularly in places like Cobargo, which have come through bushfires as well as COVID. And as Crystal says, we are all getting on. We're ageing, and we're kind of looking to see who's following. And cost of living pressures are really tough on young people, younger people, even people in their 40s. I'm way past my 40.
Thank you. It all becomes relative, doesn't it?
It does.
I might go to the two witnesses in the room who both, I think, probably have views on the role that councils can play or do play in fostering or otherwise live music. And I might go to you first, Mr. Lewis. I know you have a very particular experience in your local council area. Your submission particularly highlights the role that councils play in the outcomes of the vibrancy agenda that the government has been pursuing. For the benefit of the committee, can you explain what sorts of decision councils are responsible for that affect your business, and where you think, and I suspect where you have experienced, that the points of friction are?
Of course. So I have been inspired by the vibrancy reform. You know, I had a spark inside me as an artist to create a local space for grassroots musicians that built community. That was my spark. And then in reading the vibrancy reform as it rolled out, it inspired me to actually go ahead and do it and commit to creating that space. And throughout that process, it's been 6 years since I started it, and we've been open for over 5. I've had just coming up to 5 years of hard friction with my council, local government, pushing against me. And telling me that I, as a cafe, cannot have live music. I need to be an entertainment facility. And I mean, I could sit here and go through the detail for a long time with you, but various reasons, compliancy officers shutting me down. I've been served penalty infringement notice, which I asked for a please explain on the penalty infringement notice after engaging a solicitor. And after 5 court hearings, we ended up with a barrister. And I had a $50,000 bill. The community had a $100,000 bill. And they realised, no, I can have live music, so as a cafe, go ahead, but we do need a DA. So I submitted my DA, and after working on that with consultants and spending about another $150,000 by remortgaging my house, I had the DA refused. So there's definitely inconsistencies with vibrancy reform and how that's playing out in the real world. And I haven't been sat idle at my house. I've picked up every phone and sent every email to every person possible in hope that common sense would prevail, to quote a news article in one of the many clippings that I have at home, that it is a common sense approach with the vibrancy reform. Mm-hmm. Yet I haven't seen the common sense prevail, and here we are again. I'm waiting on a review of my determination, hoping I can support live music. I've got licensing police in my premise every other week counting. I've been served 2 $3,000 fines because I had 10 too many people in my venue because the table finished but they hadn't left eating their meal. So I'm chased by liquor and gaming, I'm chased by local government, I'm chased by licensed police. We've never had one issue in our premises. The average age demographic 65. We showcase bands that win ARIA awards for Jazz Album of the Year. And this is the uphill slog you have, and I've never been further in debt. And why do I do this? Because I love culture, and I was inspired by the vibrancy reform.
Mm. Could I ask a follow-up? I guess 2 parts of that is, what changes would you like to see, or do you think would have made or will make the biggest difference to you if they were brought in? And I know obviously about the moves to think about and progress a special entertainment precinct in Kiama. How does that fit with what you're trying to do? And I know it still isn't there yet. So
yeah, and I met the commissioner early on years ago, and I said jokingly, "Can you please come and give a PowerPoint presentation to my council? Like this is I feel like local government needs someone stood over their shoulder going, no, just read your number 1 objective in your LEP. It's to support culture in the community. That's your first objective. So maybe prioritise culture as you should." And I feel like they're a rule of their own, and all I was told was, you need to put pressure from below and we'll put pressure from above, and we hope that local government changes. And I just think hope isn't good enough, because if someone in there, and I don't need to name names, but there clearly is someone in there that has a personal issue with me, I think I'm a nice guy, apparently they don't, then they can stop all the vibrancy reform. So all the taxpayers' money is wasted if one person stands there and goes, I just don't want this to succeed. And that, through the Revive policy and the vibrancy reform, we made a pledge, as a nation, to support live music and fix an industry. And for me, I feel like all we've done is created a sub-industry. There's an industry within an industry, spit it out, that all seem to be getting paid, and I have no qualms with that. I think it's great, and I've been within the music industry for 30, 40 years, and I think it's never been in potentially a better position. And there's a whole industry created within it, which, as much as that inspires me, it doesn't seem to be helping me, and I'm so baffled. And I wonder why I have to work so hard, and I'm happy to get the money to filter from the top all the way down. I just want to see the artists eat. and I want to see the venue survive.
Mm.
And I don't know how there's that point of disconnect.
Thank you for that. And I wanted to go to Mr. Hesse as someone with experience as being a councillor, but also with an interest in this. What's your response to that question and to what you've heard from Mr. Lewis?
Yeah, I mean, it was lucky we actually ran into each other on the train up from Comer this morning, so we had a good chat. And I really thank Morgan for that. I think thinking about the legislative response to this is really complex, because I think what we talked about was essentially down to a combination of culture. I'm not talking about music or literature, I'm talking about the culture of an organisation and whether the council in question, any given council in question, understands issues around town planning. What does it take to, and I wrote it down for myself, to create a vibrant mix of entertainment, commercial and residential. And having, obviously, you serve your first term on council, you've got you've got this idea that you might help the community, and it's a bit of a learning curve, understatement of the century. But I think I learnt and appreciated the importance of good town planning. Probably helped by the fact that one of the guys in my book club is the Emeritus Professor of Planning at Sydney University, and I learned a lot of him and went to see a lot of lectures. And I think that cultural side, for councillors, I think it would be very important for all councillors across New South Wales to actually get a briefing on what good planning is, frankly, because that nexus between the elected representatives of the community and the staff is quite important. I think when I was on Marrickville Council, we had a majority of councillors on Marrickville Council across the political divide who supported live music, and we were, as I put in my submission, we were able to, without putting a resolution through council, actually to get that cultural change in council staff to allow the development of live music. Camelot was the venue that kicked it off. During my first time, it was like 2004, 5, whatever it was, and we just said to council staff, can you just back off a little bit? Give them space, give them guidance and support to do what they need to do to meet the regs, but don't do it like a guillotine. So just get in there and do it, support them, meet the criteria to make sure it's a safe venue. And as we know, Camelot is still a vibrant venue to this day and brings a lot of joy. I've seen a lot of gigs there in my life. And we've had all those other venues in Marrickville come through, the Gasoline Pony, Lazy Bones and the Butcher's Brew, and I know all the venue owners there. They're all great people. Also know, it was interesting talking to Morgan on the way up on the train and talking about with George Bishop, who's run the venue in Nowra, El Horses in Nowra, is that really solid nexus between how do you, as the venue owner, promoter, eat, and how do you make sure the musicians eat as well? And that's the really, really difficult thing, because, and that's why that town planning thing comes into mind. I mean, I know in Marrickville, a lot of people just walk up to the gigs. You've got people who live there, they walk there. In Nowra, where I've gone back to my hometown, in Nowra, the centre of Nowra is dead. No one lives there. And it sounds crazy, but no one lives there. There should be people living there. And we've had a series, I'm not blaming any particular council here, by the way, we've had a series of decisions over the last 50 years since I left as a kid, which have diluted the commercial district all over the place, to South Nowra, to closer to the riverbank. There's no critical mass in the centre of town. So how's a venue and how's a cafe get that critical mass of people who just walk up to it and go to it? So I'm saying in that sense, in town planning sense, it's not an easy thing to fix. And I think it'd be great to see the government sort of step in and support people like Morgan. And maybe give those elected councillors an understanding of how you build a really vibrant centre. Because these places, the places that Morgan runs, are the places where we all meet each other. Mm-hmm. And you meet each other without politics, without allegiance to any faith or absence of faith, without allegiance to football teams. You just chat about music, and then maybe you chat about where you live. That builds community, and that is so important. And I think folk festivals that I've been to, and I absolutely pay my respects to Crystal and to Zena and Bob. I went to the Cabargo Folk Festival for the first time this year. What an amazing event. that's one of the best festivals I've ever been to. And likewise with Kangaroo Valley, and I know the hard work Crystal does. Crystal, I know each other, and I hope your cold's getting better, Crystal. But the work that those people do is incredible. And you're right, how do we get that next generation coming through? It's really hard. I know I've got off the topic a bit of local government, but supporting those people getting in there is really important. And if you might indulge me for a moment, because I want to speak about the role of community radio in this briefly.
Can
Or
I
leave that? Sorry.
No, we may well have time. What I'm concerned about is timing for my colleagues and making sure they get a chance to ask as well. So I'm sure that you'll get a chance, but forgive me if I need to move on, and I might go to Ms. Fairman, who's online, if she's ready with her questions.
Thanks, Chair. But yeah, we'll try and get to the question about community radios. And Colin, we're just about to say that. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks so much for coming in for your submissions. I did just want to go back to the discussion around, in terms of Fillmore's and the lack of support, I suppose. And I think you said something I think it was industry within an industry, and that seemed to suggest that there are particular, we have had people kind of talking about the cliquey nature of some of the funding and support that is going to support potentially established operators, commercial operators. You say in your submission that the consequences are falling hardest on the small independent operators. That's come through a lot, and I just wanted, and the fact that it's the artists and musicians that need to be fed. Could you just expand on that a bit? What would you like the government to see in terms of funding and support now? And I'll throw to the festival people after this, because I've got a similar question about festival funding as well.
So that was to me, sorry, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you want me to expand on the industry within an industry? Is that what you're...
Yes.
Yes. So I've I think it's wonderful that there's all these staff members that I meet that are employed to support the industry, to help the music sector and strengthen it. And I think that's wonderful. But what's bittersweet about it is I really needed support. I got dragged through the ringer and no one really could support me. And sure, I made my bed, so that's my problem. But it would have been nice, could they help me? But at the same time, I thought about it late last night when I was thinking about today, and I probably work for $4 an hour on average. And it's hard to watch, these people that are on a nice, comfortable job, and sure, they've worked for it and they deserve to be there, but that are employed by this money that's been created to fix our industry from a grassroots level. And it feels like the government's here, and we're the venues and the festivals and the musicians are the bottom feeders, and there's something in between. It's a really cynical view on it, and it's not that harsh, I'm sure, but that's kind of a little bit how it feels. And I just wonder how that, and I understand there needs to be these people in the middle to help the money go to the right spaces and to help strengthen it. But when you're sitting there starving, literally, and you're remortgaging your house because you're doing what you think is right, and again, it's my choice, it's hard to see all these people that are, having these big seminars and then going out for canapes and drinks and celebrating all that, and it's great. But I still don't know how I'm going to pay my electricity bill to keep the venue open. I really don't.
Thank you. I'm very glad you got that on the record. I want to keep going on that, but actually, just in terms of time, going to music festivals. So the government established the Contemporary Music Festival Viability Fund, which I'm sure you're aware of, which which none of you would have, Cobargo and Kangaroo Valley wouldn't have been able to apply for because of the requirements that it was for the really big festivals that were going to bring in more than 15,000 patrons. And we saw actually where it went, and we've seen the spectacular collapse of one, and it must be frustrating for you that just imagining potential of $50,000, $100,000 more, ideally, but could do for your festivals. We have had suggestions for the government to now do an ongoing grant fund for actual festivals, folk festivals, smaller festivals. Could you talk about the type of support or emphasise to us the type of support that would be very much needed, and why it's needed for all forms of music as well? Ms. Armstrong, go to you first.
Yeah, thanks, Kate. That's a great question. There is a structural problem that affects festivals like ours right across regional Australia, and a mismatch between how governments fund live music, and you're right to point out the large amount of money that's gone to the bigger festivals, but how festivals like ours actually operate and what we actually contribute. So almost every grant program that's available to us is project-based, it's one-off, and it's tied to new activity. And that's actually not the funding. I mean, we're grateful if we get that funding, but that's not the funding that's going to help sustain our festival into the future. We actually need the stuff that's going to keep us going year after year. So recurrent funding, operational funding, funding to cover the massive increase in costs that we're all experiencing. And this increase in costs, it falls really disproportionately on regional areas, because in a place like Cobargo, we have to bring in all our tents. And we can't get them locally, so we have to bring them down from Canberra. So there's a freight cost on top of that. Not only that, we've got to accommodate the crews who construct the tents. And so there's all of these sorts of geographical penalties that we have when we're away from the major cities. Artist fees are going up. In order to keep your volunteers, you have to make sure that they have a good time, and you've got to make sure that they're sort of fed and watered well, and compliance and insurance, they've all gone up, particularly since the bushfires. Now, you can't get funding for that. And a lot of people would argue, well, why should we fund festivals, these community festivals, if they can't even pay for what a lot of people might think would be absolutely basic to running a festival? But our argument there is that we're cultural infrastructure. So we do, at the local level, the sorts of things that the Fillmore is doing in Kiama. We provide the venues. We give these performers professional stages in order to show what they've been working on all these years in their bedrooms. We provide professional audio, and we do all the marketing to bring in the audiences. Without these festivals, I just think music in the regions is going to completely die off. And then what are the venues in the major cities going to do? Because you won't have that really rich contribution coming up from all of the wonderful creative people that are working away in regional areas, because there's nothing to sustain it. So,
not joking, just to try and, I'm just going to I'm sorry to now just over to Ms. Brandt, and just to build on that, because I'm sure potentially you agree with everything Ms. Armstrong said. Particularly interested in the new artists, emerging artists, how important festivals, the smaller festivals are for platforming artists. They said so at our hearing a couple of days ago, just how, was it 50 or 65% or something in terms of how much their performance relies on music festivals in terms of them getting to perform around the country. So I wanted to also, you could also explain on that, and then I'm going to go to Colin Hesse to talk about the importance of community radio for the same thing.
Everything that Zena said, I would 100% agree with. The other thing I would add is there's an underlying bias towards folk festivals, and I find it very interesting that these folk festivals have been around for 15 plus years, and funding is directed to new festivals. And it's not okay when we're struggling to just continue the festivals and these new ones are popping up everywhere. And we really need to redirect those audience back to folk festivals. I understand audiences think folk festivals are a certain genre of music that might be outdated, but if you look at the new acts that are coming through, like the Dregs out of the Gold Coast, they are a folk band and they are now a national folk band. If you look at the underlying makeup of the country music scene that's coming out at the minute, it all comes back to folk music. And folk is supposed to be music for the people. So that can be anything. We have jazz, we have blues, we have almost a weird sort of reggae sort of rap, if you say, at some of our festivals. It's not what people think. What more can I say to your point, to your questions, Kate? It does feel like folk festivals in the regional areas are overlooked as well when they're producing so much money for the local economy. We have the same situation as Cobargo does in Kangaroo Valley. Kangaroo Valley was cut off for 8 months. We were completely isolated, and it brought the Kangaroo Valley Folk Festival is looked forward to by a certain demographic of people too every year. So it's bringing in those same people that come year on year as well and generating money for our local economy. And I think I was reading somewhere in this whole inquiry, it was $314 million 2022 to 2023 financial year was something like that was the money that was spent, just generated around regional music festivals. So I think the government really needs to look at the festivals that have continued on year for up to sometimes 19 and 20 years instead of looking to promote and fund the newer festivals coming through. Not saying we don't need them, but we still need to be seen, and it doesn't feel like we are.
Thank you. And sorry, Chair, quickly on community
Last
radio.
one, yep.
Yeah, especially in terms of the South Coast.
That's to me? Yeah,
Yes,
sorry.
thanks.
Thanks, Kate Fairman. Look, I just want to quote a stat from Monash University, a report called Community Radio and Australian Music, Building the Music Media Ecosystem, that found that Australia's community radio and music stations generate an estimated $153 million in added value to the music industry annually, broadcasting more than double the volume of local music played by commercial networks. That just sets a scene, I think, for how important community radio is. To go directly to some of the way we relate to music, and I was talking about this with Morgan Lewis on the train on the way up, about how do you get the word out about gigs. When I interview someone about a gig, and I try and keep my ear to the ground, the venue, people who run the venues or things like the Kangaroo Valley Folk Festival tell me they get an uptick in the number of people who then go and buy a ticket. Not just for gigs, I should say, for art events, you name it, any literature events, is that community radio, because it's connected to our communities, actually does have that relation to the community, and it sells stuff in a sense that, you get an opportunity to talk to an artist, a writer, a musician, and they'll go, oh, I like the sound of that. I'll go off and then buy the ticket. So we are part of a community, about building community. And I think when it comes to, how do you find out about a gig in the Shoalhaven or in Kiama, is that since local papers have died mostly, and the way the big media companies have gone back to Sydney, is that our information is really poor. Like, I don't know what's going on in Berry. Like Morgan was telling me about a gig that's going on Sunday in Berry. I'm going to be there. We in Nowra don't know about it. That's part of the problem, is how do you communicate it? People are going to know about it because I'm going to broadcast it tomorrow morning on the radio as well. I'll be downloading a file of that musician tonight and playing it tomorrow morning, because that's how we get the message out. So there's a really important relationship in supporting Australian music in all its diversity and Australian culture in community radio. And our sponsors for Triple U are almost all local community businesses. They're the small businesses. They're not the big corporates. They're the small businesses. We are part of our community. So we're linked in, and we want to support our community back. It's a completely circular thing. And we don't have an agenda to run except to serve our community. And that's like the same with folk festivals, I'm sure.
Thank you. I might pass.
Do you have any, Rachel?
Yeah, no, you go. You go first.
Thank you. Thank you very much to everybody. Just realign myself. There's just a couple of issues I was wanting to pick up. Maybe just starting in terms of your submission relating to Fillmore's, and I note in the area under key grant system issues that there seems to be sort of the misalignment, so to speak, between sort of what the council is saying, sort of yes, and then you're sort of going forward, and then all of a sudden you come to a state where sort of different rules and regulations between sort of what the state government's saying and what the council's allowing on the ground.
Yeah, I, in the beginning, thought they weren't up to speed with legislation reform. So there was a big shift, I think in 2012, where as a cafe, restaurant, small bar, it is presumed live entertainment is auxiliary to your business, and therefore this was done to help performances in all these spaces. Therefore, you don't need a separate consent. You just need the food and drink consent. So when I found out that knowledge, I then ran with it and put live music auxiliary into my business. The council came and told me I needed to stop immediately because I was behaving like an entertainment facility. They didn't ask to see my books or any evidence of any sales or anything like this. They said, you have entertainment, you're now a Cat 9, this is a fire risk, we need the place shut down. I tried to explain to them. They said, no, not at all, here's your warning. I attended every seminar, there was these great workshops put on by Team 24. I went to them. There was independent bodies involved in that looked into every individual's case. Mine is one. Planning specialists looked into it, and they all reaffirmed, yes, Morgan, what you're doing is right. We encourage it. Please continue doing what you're doing. I continued doing what I was doing because they agreed with my workings out, and that ended me with a penalty infringement notice because they said you are trading without consent. I asked for a please explain. 9 months later, they submitted me with a 498-page document and a $70,000 bill for writing it up. And I can continue along that, but that's the disconnect.
Yep.
And I'm just a guy with a dream. Like I'm not an expert in planning. I'm getting pretty close, but my understanding of local government is they are there to enforce the law, and they didn't understand the law, but they weren't open to anyone explaining it to them. They definitely weren't open to this guy. But I think people that understood the legislation better definitely could get in there. I mean, my saviour at the time was John Wardle. I thought I was going mad. That guy told me everything I'm doing is right. And following that was John Graham, who, in time found out about me and was like patting me on the back going, keep at it. But I describe it as I was getting pushed from the back by government and punched in the face by local government. And that's how it feels. It's
That's how it looks.
my soul is going forward, and so I'm like, let's go. But they're just saying stop. And it's such mixed. Yeah, it's difficult. So that's the point of disconnect.
No, look, it's absolutely important for us to see and recognise that.
And 4 years of it.
Yeah.
It's not just a week long. It's 4 years.
Yeah, no, thank you. Ms. Brandon, I was just having a look through your submission, and I was just wanting to pick up the point that you make in terms of regional performance infrastructure constraints, and you make the point of underutilisation of infrastructure.
Correct, yeah.
And structural barriers to local programming. Wondering if you might be able to elaborate on that.
Yeah, this point came to me when I ran for local government, our Shoalhaven Entertainment Centre. Currently, in my submission, you'll see there the cost to hire the Black Box Theatre, which is the studio, is $218 to $314 per hour.
Yeah.
With a minimum 5-hour allowance there. So a regular performer or artist would then have to, I think I've written it down as 62 tickets sold at $25 just to cover the base hire without even looking at lights and sound and paying themselves. So places like Fillmore's as we had El Horses in Nowra pick up those performing acts because they give the space and then the artist collects the tickets that are sold. The same goes for folk festivals as well. And then the other thing that I want to add just off the back of everything is under 18s don't have venues to perform in, and the festivals, especially Cobargo, does a youth stage, Kangaroo Valley does a youth stage as well. They are primarily for the South Coast, they are the places for under 18s to perform. We can't have them performing in pubs and clubs. They can't afford the Shoalhaven Entertainment Centre. And even if you look at the costs to hire for us, for our folk festivals, to hire the showgrounds, they're quite extreme. I don't know about Cobargo, but I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, Kangaroo Valley had to get a DA for their folk festival because they had camping of the performers on the showground, even though the showground's used for things like country shows with camping. Kangaroo Valley had to get a DA. The DA was for 5 years, and the DA goes, we have to get a new DA, I think it was next year. I think that cost about $10,000, $15,000 to get that DA. So yeah, I don't know all of the intricacies that are involved with that, but that is another cost that the festival did have to come up with, just to allow the camping of the performers and volunteers only, not actual ticketed camping either.
Can I just a follow up to that on the, just if I can, Chair, sorry, the Black Box Theatre cost, and I think in your submission, I think it's Moorabbin in Victoria, you say is much cheaper. I think it was $90 odd an hour. Why the difference between Victoria and New South Wales? Like, what's Victoria doing something where not to make it more affordable for artists to rent out these spaces, or is it just luck of the draw?
I just went looking for something that was similar in size and what it as well, and that was what I could find as sort of the dimensions of the actual Black Box Theatre. And that's what I came up with. I have no idea what they're doing differently. It would be great to see some funding directed maybe to local government to allow for 3 or 4 shows a year for young people to hire out the space for free, or, you know, local artists to hire out the space for free, so they could take those ticket sales as you know, as a money-making exercise.
Thank you.
That was just one that I picked.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's useful.
Thank you, Ms Armstrong. We'll hear your answer and then we'll go to Mr Martin. Ms Armstrong?
I just want to speak to the infrastructure issue. In order to, we also use the showground. We use the Cobargo Showground, which is New South Wales Crown Reserve. We've invested over $80,000 of our surpluses into making that showground suitable for our festival since 2024. So the showground was adequate, but we're kind of really working on our production values, and in order to make it more comfortable for people, we've improved the toilets, we've improved the showers, we've improved accessibility, and that's $81,000 of money that we've raised that could have actually gone back into our festival, but we used it to improve a New South Wales government asset because that funding wasn't readily available from the New South Wales government itself. This is the sort of thing that community festivals, I think, are doing, because we're not sitting on our hands waiting for government handouts to help us improve our festivals. We're trying to do the best that we can. You know, this is a fairly sizable investment from our community into a government asset. That's just a point I want to make about how we improve local infrastructure.
Thank you, appreciate that. Mr Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Lewis, I just want to go back to an answer you were giving to my colleague, Rachel Myrne, earlier. And you made a very good analogy of having a pat on the back or a push on the back from state government and a punch in the face, I think was the punch from local council. So you've taken on board an enormous burden trying to get through the ridiculous red tape of local council. Have you noticed or received any real assistance from the state government, like after all of these reforms, and with the current minister being very much in favour of organisations like yours?
I definitely feel their support.
Yeah.
They check in with me, see how I'm going. The feeling that their hands are also tied is from where I'm stood, it definitely seems like local government are a power of their own.
Yeah.
And everyone's just hoping, and that's how it feels. I mean, I've written more letters than you can count.
I can imagine.
And with the latest refusal, I blew a lot of whistles as well, because it doesn't feel like they're playing fairly.
Yeah.
When was it, Mr Lewis? Sorry, can you just remind us? When was the latest one?
The refusal was in March, after 10 months of a DA application, filled with consultants' reports, completely mitigating any risk from local government. To the point my consultants who are 30 years in the business are walking away going, I've never seen such resistance. You are changing a cafe to a bar because they've asked you to.
It's madness, yeah.
And I've now just submitted an 8.2 review to have it reviewed after engaging another consultant to add more stuff. And just yesterday they were hopeful of getting me a reply, but he's now gone on a week's holiday, and we'll wait till he gets back. And meanwhile, last 2 weekends I'm turning away customers because I've got a 50 capacity and I'm losing money, but all the other weekends I'm empty because it's winter. So it's really painful to be losing money or losing heaps of money.
Yeah.
And I just want to, a little bit of support from the local government.
Yeah. No, unfortunately, this is quite a common theme with local councils around the state. Leaving council or staff within the council aside for one moment, is there any pushback from any neighbours or any one or any groups in the community that are against live music? And
yeah, so we opened the submissions. Our DA had 206 submissions. 95% were in support. We all know how hard it is to get someone to write a nice email.
Yeah.
But 96% of them wrote the supportive emails. There was 7 against. It's the neighbouring apartment building that the council refused twice. Land Environment refused one time, and the 4th application it got through, and it's an 18 three-bedroom apartments built in the centre of a commercial zone, or an E1, that's neighbouring a commercial space since 1955, and they've got a little "we don't like Morgan" group, and that's that's a whole nother subject. But that's kind of what's happening. But I just don't understand why that small voice is so loud in the council room.
Yeah, it's kind of like the age-old story of someone that buys a house near a pub then complains about the Friday and Saturday night trade. Yeah,
and we're very respectful. Like the police have come at 8:30 on a Saturday night to shut a jazz band. Our average age demographic 65. We have never had one problem in 5 years of serving alcohol. There's not many places that can say that.
That's madness. Well,
and we're all ages. That's why we bring the community in and they keep each other in check. Like that's what we do. We're diverse in every way, we're really, everything's so beautiful about our space, yet I'm going through the ringer to try and keep the doors open.
Well, hopefully you get a positive outcome sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Ms Mitchell?
I guess I wanted to, probably all of you, and I share the concerns of the committee with what's been happening to you, and hopefully I agree things will be better for you soon. But I was wondering about, I guess, just more generally in terms of audience, not participation, but engagement either at your venue at Fillmore's or even for the festivals. One of the things that we've heard over the course of this inquiry is just impacts of sort of cost of living, people maybe, not going out as much as they used to, or saving their money for 1 or 2 events and not going to sort of more regular or local shows. I'm just wondering if you've seen an impact, particularly in the last couple of years, on that cost of living pressure, and whether that's had sort of changes to the demographic or the number of people that you're having, coming through the doors of your venue or to your festivals. And maybe I don't know if we want to start in the room. Is that easier, perhaps?
I could speak quite quickly. I'm
aware
I've spoken quite a lot, so I don't want to take away from everyone else, but I run a ticketed event weekly.
Yeah.
So I kind of see a gauge there. The pricing point is so tight.
Yeah.
When we came out of COVID, I could have charged any number and everyone would have paid it.
Yeah.
We now have to get it to the dollar or they don't turn up, and there's this balance between, if you get it too high, you get the wrong demographic that aren't that fun. You want the fun people that haven't got money, but you want them to come in and want to feel value for money. Everyone wants to be where everyone is, so you've got to have the night that's the night, and then everyone will turn up.
Yeah.
And they will spend at the bar. They have got money. They've all got money, but they're just they want to go out. It's a lot less nights they are going out.
Yeah.
And when they turn up, they just want to have fun.
They want a guaranteed good night out if they're spending
but
their
what
money.
this is, then we have to. It's about $20 a ticket. My sweet spot, and with a 50 cap, you try and pay a band.
Yeah.
At $20 a ticket, and they're going to buy drinks, but we've got an RSA, so you're only buying a couple of drinks each, and everyone's there for a nice time.
Yeah.
So it is a tightrope.
Yeah.
Is my experience.
Yeah. And with the festivals, I don't know whether Miss Armstrong you want to start, or happy for Mr. Logue, whoever. Yeah.
I'll give Zena a bit of a break.
Sure.
Talk about it. First of all, I think you've got to look at what's happening to the cost of festivals. Our festival costs across a whole lot of different areas, including performer fees, insurance, infrastructure costs have basically doubled. Actually increased by 200% in the last 3 years. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Right. We have tried, because we're in a economically challenged area, we've kept our ticket prices quite low, because we appreciate that people will come. A lot of our people are a bit of older demographic, so our ticket costs have basically gone up by about 15% in the last 3 years. We'll probably have to put them up again this year, but we are very aware with petrol costs, and you're quite right, people are being very selective about the events that they go to. They can't afford the big festivals, so costs are a big impact. And if there's one message that I could give to this committee and to the government, look at how your grant system works or how it doesn't work for regional areas, and look at the structure of festivals and look at whether you can improve the flow of money so that it is available earlier in the year. I think it was Kate Furman who mentioned having a rolling grant system would be much more effective and much more useful for festivals like ours.
Thank you. That's useful.
Thank you. Ms. Furman, did you have other questions?
Yes, there's a little bit of time. Thanks, Chair. If I can jump in. Mr. Hesse, you're one of the people that mentioned pokies and the impact of poker machines on live music. I've been asking this question of a number of witnesses, but we're about to see, I think, $10 billion lost across the state from the people of New South Wales to pokies every year. We're literally about to hit $10 billion probably in the next 12 months as a total. I think it's a big deal everywhere, but in regional New South Wales, the clubs with the pokies and the hotels with the pokies, especially the clubs, but they can put on a huge variety of offerings in terms of food and, restaurants and live music, which are cover bands, as we know. What's your kind of particular take on this in terms of, and let's stick with kind of the Illawarra kind of region in terms of the impact that it's had. And yeah, I'd be interested if anybody else has got views on that as well in terms of the kind of country and regional towns where you are from.
Thanks, Ms. Fairman. I'll try and be quick. A little bit of background, of course, I've only moved back to my hometown for just over 2 years. But I would say that when pokies came into pubs in the 90s, I went to a regular gig every week at the Strawberry Hills Hotel. They had Sydney Improvised Music Association, was jazz, free jazz, pretty strange stuff, but I like it. And pretty much as soon as the pokies came in, live music went out. And I've, in my submission, said I've been to a lot of gigs. I used to go to gigs 4 nights a week. And they were all in pubs. I haven't seen a band in a pub for a long time. Music is these days in little places like Morgan's, and they are as rare as hen's teeth and as valuable as gold or ivory in my view. They are the places where music lovers go, and they are so valuable. In Nowra we have, it's strange, we've got 3 pubs, less than when I was a kid, as it happens. None of them have live music of any sort, even dead music. They've all got pokies, that's what they do. And the 2 clubs in town also just have pokies, no live music. So when it comes to culture, the only places we have with live music in Nowra was El Horses, and we have a couple of the cafes. Occasionally there's a tea club. I'm going to see a gig there with Zoe Elliott's new album coming up in a couple of weeks. But they are really sort of, they're only occasional venues really. So yeah, it's really marginal. I think I can't remember if I put it in my submission, but I know the South Coast Register carried a quote from the person who bought the Australian Hotel on the corner of North and Kinghorn Street in Nowra at the beginning of last year. I think he paid $7 million for it, and he said he wanted to make the Australian the premium gambling venue for the Shoalhaven. personally, I can't see any benefit to the community in that. It doesn't bring people together. We know what people do with pokies. They just put money in a machine, and it doesn't bring people together. They do have food. It's the only place on Monday night you can actually get food. My choir have a meal after there every now and again, but yeah, it's not a great place to be, and it's not a place where culture happens.
Thank you. Thank you. That brings us to an end of this session. We very much appreciate those of you who appeared online, and also for you making the trip up today, Mr. Lewis and Mr. Hesse. We appreciate your evidence, and we thank you for the work you do in your communities to support the live music sector, which is another pat on the back, and we wish we could do more to stop the punches in the face.
No punches in the face.
Thank you all so much for appearing.
Thank you.
Should have done a site visit down to Cornwall.
We should do a site visit down to Cornwall.
Hello, we have Ben, Sam, and Christy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Sam and Ben, can I just get you to check your audios as well?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Hello.
Hi, Ben.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Hi there. Hello.
Hi, Sam. Wonderful. We'll get started in just a minute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sam and Ben.
Sam and Ben and Chrissy. Well, we could probably, it's Dr. Green, Dr. Whiting and Ms. Bosworth. Thank you for joining us. We'll begin today by asking you all to state your name, your title, and swearing either an oath or an affirmation. And we might start with you, Dr. Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dr. Ben Green. I'm a lecturer in popular culture and music industry at RMIT University. And am opening my affirmation.
Okay.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr. Whiting.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Sam Whiting. I'm a Vice Chancellor's Senior Research Fellow at RMIT University. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Bosworth.
I'm Christy Bosworth. I'm a doctoral researcher at the University of Wollongong. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would any of you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. What I'd propose is that we each briefly introduce ourselves for context, and then I have a collective opening statement.
Okay, thank you. If you want to begin, Dr. Green.
Perhaps, Christy, would you like to?
Yeah, I'll go first. Yeah, sure. So, yeah, Christy Bosworth. I'm a doctoral researcher here at the University of Wollongong. I'm in the final stages of my PhD. I've also been working on this particular Wollongong music research project for yours and ours with RMIT here, along with Ben and Sam. My PhD research is investigating the music ecosystem of Wollongong, focusing specifically on how grassroots music communities are impacted by broader globalised transitions to the music sector that are making it harder than ever to both access and sustain music pathways. So looking at the conditions that are contributing to the reproduction of social inequalities in music and cultural homogenisation more broadly, which is the condition where the music sector becomes increasingly dominated by those from privileged backgrounds. Significant findings of my PhD research that align and intersect with this research project our submission is drawing on, focus on how to better support grassroots musicians by nurturing and enabling bottom-up cultural development, as well as how to democratise access to music making more broadly in order to address long-standing social inequities in the music sector. Along with these research projects, I also live and play music in the community that I'm studying, and have also done research for the Live Music Office and worked for Sound New South Wales as an industry assessor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. I'll make it short. I'm Dr. Sam Whiting. Thank you to the Chair and Committee for having us. I've been pursuing multiple research projects relevant to the sustainability of the Australian music industries over the last 10 years. Recently, a Churchill Fellowship on alternative operating and ownership models for venues targeted at improving security of tenure and financial sustainability. I can provide further detail of that project separately. I've also published widely in support of other policy mechanisms and interventions relevant to the sector. I've made an individual submission to this inquiry relevant to those proposals, so I can table documents relevant to those. But I'm also recovering from chemotherapy, so we'll let Ben and Christy lead on questions today.
Certainly. Dr. Green.
Thank you. Yes, I'm, as I said, a lecturer at RMIT University in our music industry program, which educates young people entering the music industries in a range of roles each year, and I'm a researcher with a particular focus on live music in Australia with a range of projects over the last more than 10 years. So our written submission draws on our varied experience and directly on a research project we've completed this year in partnership with Yours and Ours Events Company, with funding support from a Sound New South Wales Contemporary Music Development Grant. We've undertaken a case study of Wollongong as a regional music ecosystem, exploring factors in its growth over the last 15 years in particular, to develop a framework for other places to learn from, and our report on that is forthcoming. The fundamental finding of our research and our written submission is the importance of a music ecosystem. This aligns with current international scholarship, industry and policy work. The ecosystem perspective recognises the interdependence of numerous actors of various kinds and sizes, contributing to the vitality and resilience of the entire system. Recognised factors in a resilient ecosystem include diversity, redundancy or multiplicity, and connectivity. Our study of Wollongong reveals a story of bottom-up cultural development from grassroots, DIY, entrepreneurial, small-scale activity that grows and inspires and enables surrounding growth. Our partners, Yours and Ours, started with an intimate 70-person small venue which was a crucial hub for local community and creativity, and this has grown into a major events company behind a destination festival and multiple venues embedded in national and global industries. This connects to other local businesses with a notable community ethic, and we've seen that success breeds success. Wollongong's music industry and local government have grown and learned together through this time in important ways with good communication, we've observed. Where local artists and businesses have broken out to the national and world stage, a key factor is the support of that ecosystem. Locally grounded businesses like labels, management, bookings and media all invested in local success. The future growth of the city is seen as both an opportunity and a threat, depending on how music and culture are prioritised and protected. The simple takeaway is that a vibrant music ecosystem can't be predetermined, but grows from the grassroots up. And in practical terms, this growth can be facilitated, recognised, allowed to grow without unnecessary barriers, be they regulation or costs, and can be nurtured through strategic funding to create the positive feedback loops that are the marker of a healthy ecosystem. Our submissions include a series of concrete, evidence-based recommendations to that effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I wondered if you could talk a bit about, I note the mention of venues and different venues across the three comments. And I'm pretty sure in your submission you call out the importance of having a range of venue sizes, and venue size is something that has been called out in a number of submissions. Is there a type of venue that you think is missing most in New South Wales? Or, yeah, could you give some commentary around that?
Sure. I can speak to, from this research certainly, and from other research, all participants in the ecosystem speak about this importance of a progression, of a career pathway for musicians, but also the surrounding people that work with them and the audiences that grow with them. And this is also significant for production businesses, technical workers, promoters, and so on. Having this pathway enables growth and career pathways. And it also grows audiences, which, as you would be aware, is a concern in Australia and elsewhere. How to do that, how to grow local audiences for local culture. And having these steps also enables, particularly for regional areas, the attraction of touring artists, be they nationally or internationally touring artists, to connect places to the broader networks of the industries, to provide a range of cultural experiences for diverse local audiences, and to provide those opportunities for people working in the sector. I can't comment on what are the gaps statewide. I'm not sure if my colleagues can.
I can jump in briefly, Ben. It's a good question. Generally, we see a gap across the country between the 250 to 800 capacity range, because that is the kind of tricky spot in which to turn a profit.
Right.
My other research on small live music venues has found that 800 to 1,000 capacity or more venues are viable, quite viable business enterprises most of the time. Smaller venues can kind of draw on, I guess, bespoke business practices that might be more diverse, might draw in different audiences. But when you're in that sort of middle range between 400 and 800 capacity, it's that tricky spot where you're getting more mid-career or mid-tier artists that might not have the name recognition, but might also not be emerging. Certainly in the UK, there's a general consensus that if you're 400 capacity or less, you're going to have a very hard time turning a profit. So it's better to be incorporated as a not-for-profit. There's been a big move in the UK to reincorporate venues as community interest companies, which is a specific not-for-profit designation in the UK. And a lot of the research I've been doing recently has sort of been thinking about, well, how do we support grassroots music spaces in that sort of band that are supporting emerging career artists but aren't necessarily really viable business practices. So yeah, there's a risk, I guess, bracket there between 300 to 800 capacity.
Thank you. I'll ask one more question and I'll pass over. We've only got a short amount of time. One of the things we've been hearing about and talking about throughout the inquiry is all ages venues and all ages gigs. And you identify all ages events as an area really of policy failure. We're not doing what we need to there, I suspect. So what specific, particularly I think licensing reforms would have the biggest impact, do you think, or what other initiatives would grow the all-age event space?
I can say one thing that we found in Wollongong and in other research is that venue operators, event promoters are keen, and that young audiences are keen when things are made available. So all people involved and musicians, all players in the system are keen for more all ages events. And some people who have had longer careers in the music sector will look back to times in their youth. In Wollongong, there was a youth centre. There are programs like Freezer. There's the great work of organisations like The Push that many have experienced. But the issue often comes down to cost and red tape. So licensing throws up barriers for venues and event organisers to simply make it unfeasible for them to stage an all ages event. Insurance is also a factor in that equation.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hand over to my colleagues because we don't have a lot of time. I'm going to go to Miss Fairman first.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon. Thank you all for coming in for your submission. There's a number of factors that you kind of point to that are obviously broader than the government providing consistent grant funding, for example, that kind of requires like a whole of government approach in terms of making it easier and more it's just easier for people to get to live music events. You mentioned transport in terms of a recommendation. Wollongong has provided a little bit in terms of shuttles, but what more do you recommend from a state government perspective? Would it be subsidising councils to assist, or regular, ongoing, frequent transport to particular kind of centres and hubs? Have you got kind of concrete advice or recommendations in that regard?
Yes, thank you for this question. Each of those is an important response. So one of the things I've found in researching in both metropolitan and regional places is the differences between them. And in regional places, transport is so often up there as one of the very top challenges for live music audiences and producers. In Wollongong, we've seen that, yes, the shuttle between the university and the CBD in particular has had great take-up and has really contributed to a week-long culture of live music for young people in particular. An issue that's raised repeatedly by various people we've consulted is the time at which late-night services finish, particularly to suburbs. So one of the great unique benefits of Wollongong, like many places, is it's not just one place. There are suburbs and they have their unique cultural flavour and their great destinations for local people and for visitors. So, for example, Port Kembla to the south of Wollongong City and Thirroul to the north, and they have some key venues that put on some fantastic events. The Servo in Port Kembla is one that spoke to us about being able to attract, thanks to funding assistance to help them increase the production capacity of their venue, just how well fitted out the venue is. They're having higher level artists. But one of the issues they face is that they need to schedule around a nighttime train that finishes relatively early so that many people will leave before or during the headline act. And so many people say to us, simply having that one more nighttime service to these relatively close suburban locations would make a huge difference. And we've heard that from all walks of life. Christy, would you add on the train?
Yeah, I think the train finishes at like 11. So yeah, there's just so many stories of like in both Thirroul and Port Kembla, like bands are trying to play late night, but people have to leave before the headline act because they have to try and get that last train home. The free shuttle actually on weekends finishes at 5 o'clock. So it's just extending those hours would make a massive difference.
Thank you.
We're told that this is something that's come up in the council's own research and surveys with people as well.
Many times, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. You've also mentioned, as a lot of stakeholders, witnesses have, about funding to local government, to councils for particular things. We've particularly, a lot of things, but spaces, infrastructure. So I want to ask about spaces because we heard from musicians, particularly a younger panel a couple of days ago, about how because of the expense and the ridiculous kind of, compliance and infrastructure that you have to go through in terms of trying to get approval process, that there's lots of underground, shall we say, events happening now, increasingly so, which of course, on one side of things, from my point of view, is a wonderful thing, but it's also indicative of the fact that this is kind of what's having to happen now. One, I suppose, another justification for giving grants to councils to support artists, musicians, spaces is that I can see it supporting the use of more alternative infrastructure, different kind of spaces that aren't your usual venues, shop fronts, revitalising different spaces. Is that would that be an outcome? Because I think it's an issue that people have raised, and I've been thinking, like, how would the state government start supporting this as well without intervening, which is a delicate balance.
Thank you. We can speak, as you have, to what is happening and what's been very beneficial. So, as you say, there have been uses of alternative spaces in many places. These include community halls, bowling clubs, for example, around the country. In Australia have been a great location. Town halls in places like the inner west of Sydney, for example. And in Wollongong, some of the key events, there's a venue called Coalcella, historically run at a bowls club and now at an RSL, that have become key community events. There was a CWA hall, Surf Lifesaving Club, Arts Centre. And this also goes to that question of all ages events, of the way that culturally live music is maybe being decoupled from alcohol consumption, at least for some audiences. So this is speaking to those needs. So yeah, there really does seem to be a taste for events in these spaces, and where they have been able to happen, they've been very beneficial to the community. In terms of how these can be supported, I suppose it's to the extent that there are any barriers getting in the way in terms of event approvals and things like that. Those are things that can be streamlined and harmonised, I would say.
Can I jump in there, Ben? I think the sentiment there with the recommendation around local government funding is that local governments have assets. They can provide spaces. They are more directly connected to their communities in a lot of ways, and therefore a quarantined, a specific band of funding for live music and cultural activities delivered by local council, but with state government funding, I think would mean that you might have more effective results on the grounds in terms of provision of space, connectivity, understanding what the local dynamics are. So I think the sentiment there is that local governments are particularly well placed, and also they often own venues already. They might be commercially leasing them. They might be running events out of there directly. So all of that plays a part in that recommendation.
Thank you.
Can I also just jump in there with something quickly?
Certainly.
I think a big story that we also heard from participants in this project was the need for councils to really seek out the people that are already kind of putting on those DIY events themselves in these non-venues, as opposed to kind of councils creating these events themselves, which does happen, and is good also. But it's really like the need for councils to find the people who are making the culture happen themselves, and to have more like targeted funding towards those people.
Thank you. I'm going to just check in with other colleagues. Ms. Merton?
Thank you very much, and to all of you for your participation. If I could just pick up under point 4 of your submission, you talk about policing and licensing enforcement, and then you talk about a key finding of your research and a key recommendation to this inquiry surrounds the need for local police to be engaged with contemporary cultural development agenda and contribute towards this collectively to ensure alignment of policing and enforcement. Wondering if you might be able to elaborate on what that reference is in terms of police to be engaged with contemporary cultural development agenda.
Thank you. I can give an example. I attended a summit in Victoria and it was dedicated to the festival sector, and it was a summit at the police headquarters with Australian Festival Association, some major festival representatives, various authorities, emergency services, planning people, and that to me, the conversations I saw there demonstrated an alignment of common goals when it came to facilitating cultural development, which we would suggest serves some of the policing objectives, things like social cohesion and community building and so forth. And so one of the issues that's been raised nationally is the differences between the states in particular when it comes to user pays police presence at festivals. This has been a big topic. So that's one example. Another example is what we've had reported to us from venue operators and event organisers in what is the Wollongong local government area, but there are separate police licensing divisions within that, is inconsistencies in how things are treated by those different levels, and it might depend on, who's in certain levels of management at different times. And so coming together between these, parts of government and community and aligning goals, so facilitating common goals and positive communication towards those goals, we think would assist with levelling out some of those inconsistencies.
Mm-hmm. No, thank you. And Dr. Green, just your reference about the differences in the police presence requirement, and I note that you make reference to the disproportionate user pays cost of compulsory police presence at New South Wales music festivals relative to the other states. So we're sort of saying if you possibly you cross the border, that compulsory police presence is not required.
It's that there are quite different approaches in terms of police stipulating what's required, which includes a certain level of police presence for a festival to go ahead, and then the festival promoter being charged for that presence. And we're finding inconsistencies between the levels of requirement and therefore the costs of those requirements between states, like quite significant differences in the tens of thousands of dollars for a similar festival just being held in a different state.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Do you have any questions? Could I maybe just pick up on that? So, comparatively speaking, where does New South Wales sit in those policing costs?
I would like to take that on notice.
Okay.
I know this is something that the Australian Festival Association, who I work in partnership with, have made submissions to various levels of government about this, which would have the numbers in it. But I can say that my understanding is that New South Wales is pointed out as the most expensive state in which to have police presence that's necessary for a festival to go ahead.
Right, okay, thank you. Ms. Fairman, do you have any final questions?
Yeah, jump in at the pokey one. So I'm saying just in terms of the research that you've done around music, whether any of you, sorry, did I just, can you hear me?
Yes.
Whether you've also done any research in terms of the impact of poker machines and the impact of clubs on local music, live music ecosystems. I suppose particularly in regional areas, $10 billion is going to be lost to the pokies each year very soon in terms of the increase of losses, and I can't help but think that's a lot of money that isn't going into other things in the community. I think I'm breaking up a bit. Hopefully you got all that because you guys are jumping in and out, but I'll leave it there.
Yeah, we got that. Any responses? Dr. Green.
Thank you. One thing that we've heard multiple times from venue operators, especially smaller venues, especially pub-style venues, which are a critical part of the live music ecosystem, is that, and also for things like bowls clubs, is that they make a conscious choice, often to their own financial detriment, to run with live music instead of pokies in a given space. And so that's an illustration of how, especially at that smaller critical level of the venue ecosystem, so much comes down to the commitment and passion and sacrifice of the small businesses and the people involved in putting those things on. So that's one aspect of the pokies, is the conscious decision by those people to run with live music instead.
Yeah, and there's also been a lot of research over decades of which we've had poker machines in pubs to say that they've basically replaced band rooms. They edged out cultural production and live entertainment in many of the kind of community spaces we might otherwise have liked to have seen bands like bowls clubs and RSLs and things like that. There is a compromise here where there could be a potential revenue stream derived from entertainment like that. I know the WA lottery in Western Australia, actually 30% of the money from that is dedicated to culture. So there is a compromise position there where you can carve out some revenue from gaming and entertainment and redirect it towards culture.
Thank you.
Yes, there is.
Thank you. That's our traditional ending question during this inquiry. Thank you so much for joining us today. We do appreciate it. We appreciate your submission and the research on which it's based. And Dr. Whiting, we wish you a fulsome recovery. Thank you all so much for being here this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Committee.
And while you just get settled before we swear you in, I'll just advise you that in addition to myself and Ms Merton, who are in the room, we have 3 of our committee members who are online, Mr Nanthan, Mr Diatma and Ms Fairman. So you do have them here, just not in person.
Sure.
Thank you so much for agreeing to be here today. And yes, we do. My apologies, Mr Berger, you are online as well. So we do have continuing our hybrid presentation of our inquiry today. And we might start with you, I think, Mr Berger, if you could state your name and your title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
My name is Paul Berger. I represent the Kiama Jazz and Blues Festival. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. We'll now go to Mr Trio.
Hi, how are you? My name's Jeff Trio. I'm the Creative Director at Cronulla Jazz and Blues and also the proprietor at Code 1 Entertainment. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr Dembski.
Hi, I'm Robin Adamski. I'm the co-founder of the Cronulla Jazz and Blues Festival and project manager there. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given to me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. Mr Forshaw.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a Sutherland Shire resident and assist as a volunteer with the Cronulla Jazz and Blues Festival, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr Forshaw. Mr Blasi.
Mr Paul Blasi. I am here on behalf of the Sydney Blues Society Committee. I'm also a venue owner. I own a venue in Ashfield, a music venue, and I'm a musician, a bass player. So I tick a few boxes, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Warwick.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just quickly correct the record, we are appearing on behalf of Sydney Blues Society, not the Sydney Blues Festival. Ross Warwick, Vice President of Sydney Blues Society, also a working musician. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to begin, any of you like to begin by making a short statement? Again, I might go online first so that I don't jump over Mr Berger there. Mr Berger, do you have a short statement?
Yes, I do. Yes, thank you, Chair. So I'm here on behalf of Kiama Jazz and Blues. We're a volunteer-run, not-for-profit music festival and a signature event for Kiama, New South Wales South Coast. We've run for 39 years with a strong reputation for original Australian live music, and the festival is largely free to attend. Over one 3-day weekend, we program around 90 performances across 35 venues and bring roughly 1.8 million into the township. For most of our history, the model was simple. Venues paid artists and the council paid to activate the town. But council funding fell from around 20,000 to 7,000, and that model was no longer possible. So we set out to stand on our own feet. We secured grants under the Australian Government's Revive Live program, 100,000 in 2024 and 40,000 in 2025, and built a 3-year plan to become self-funding, introducing a ticketed portion by keeping most of the festival free. This year was year 3 and the model was meant to pay off, but council funding was minimal and very late, leaving us about $25,000 short. We faced uncertainty over the development approval for a key ticketed venue, Fillmore's, with restricted capacity, and we would not be able to sell enough tickets to fund the festival. So reluctantly, we paused the festival for 2026. It was simply too risky. The fallout was real. More than 100 musicians lost a paid gig, and we pay our artists and crews properly, and that mattered to us. The township lost vibrancy, income, tradition, and trust. And we should have been building towards 2027, which is our 40th anniversary. We have 3 levels of government. The federal government backed us through Revive Live. The local level let us down. Minimal funding, late funding, and red tape. We feel Kiama Council is not up to the task, and the Minister for Music and Nighttime Economy, John Graham, has recently advised us that state funding would be more appropriate for a festival of our size and importance. What would we do to fix this? 3 things working together: venues paying their artists, dependable state or council funding, and sponsorship. If those were reliable, we wouldn't need to sell a single ticket and the festival could stay free. But we also need autonomy. A festival only works when it's curated by people who understand music, audiences, and venues. The cool factor, not that I'm saying I'm that cool, can't be bought off the shelf. And if ticketing must stay in the mix, the most useful change is multi-year certainty. Funding committed over 3 to 5 years, not one-off. Tell us when and how much, and we'll deliver a festival to that figure. We're not asking to be carried. We're asking for enough certainty to carry ourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's a good segue to go maybe to the Cronulla Jazz and Blues Festival to see if you have an opening statement. Mr. Forshaw.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Chair and members of the committee. I'm going to just say a few remarks, and then Robin and Jeff, who are the real sort of organisers of our festival, along with a lot of volunteers, will follow. My submission, my written submission, which you have, of course, is focused upon the funding mechanisms, term of reference D4. And as I've outlined there, we have received, since we started this festival back in 2021, I think it was, following COVID, some amounts of support from New South Wales government. That has been essentially and almost exclusively from the Premier's discretionary fund, which the first time Premier Perrottet was in office, and then was continued by Premier Minns after the 23 election. I think we used to receive around about $11,000 each time, but it would always come through rather late, and it's, as the name says, it's discretionary. This year we were fortunate that amount was increased to $20,000. Something that Robin could particularly expand on is we did in 2021 receive a grant through Create New South Wales for $60,000, but that avenue for that type of grant no longer exists, and indeed essential part of what I'm putting to the committee and we're seeking is the establishment of a funding mechanism through the grants, various grants programs, whatever they may end up being, whereby a community-based festival, large festival like Cronulla Jazz and Blues, which is almost exclusively free events, held both in public places and in venues such as hotels, clubs, but also associated with the restaurants and the cafes around the Cronulla CBD and beyond, can receive or can apply for funding from the New South Wales government for that purpose. Our festival has, it's one of the ironies, I suppose, of COVID is when so many businesses and that had to close and struggle to reopen. Out of that, and the need, as we saw it at the time, and I was on the Sutherland Council then, to find ways to stimulate retail and other activity in the particularly the Cronulla region because of the beachside location, that this festival has now become a very, very successful and a significant, huge event each year. But it's a struggle every year to pull it together. And sometimes I wonder how Robin and Jeff are able to do it, but they're very experienced professionals, and but having to go almost up to the 11th hour as we did this year to get some funding to support it is not easy. The festival is, well, I have a copy of it. I have the program here, which unfortunately don't have enough copies for everyone, but we'll table that and we can supply more to you. But it was on the website, as I think you would be aware. This year, over 200 performances right around the Cronulla and other suburbs over the weekend particularly, but also earlier on the Thursday and Friday nights at various venues. So as far as I can see, and I think the proof is there in how successful the response. The retailers tell us what they increase in their business activity out of this festival has been, is that this is not just enlivening the community area, but it's also doing a lot to support music venues, to support audience demand, music careers that are part of your terms of reference. I think I can leave it there, Chair, other than to say this, that Jeff, who's the proprietor of the Brass Monkey venue, one of Sydney's iconic music venues, and Robin, who has a events company, local events company, they put a huge amount of time and effort into it, and really, they won't say this, but they don't make anything out of this. This is largely voluntary. We would hope in the future that maybe they can get some reward, but it ultimately is a big community festival. It's very successful. It's now a major part of the Sutherland Shire events calendar, and we'd like to see it continue, but we are going to need in the future an ability to apply for funding to support it. Thank you again, Chair.
Thank you. And I should declare that I am the duty MLC for Labor for Cronulla, and in that capacity, but also in my capacity as committee chair and curious, almost local, I did attend the festival the other weekend, and it was the first time I'd been there, and it was certainly fantastic, and the weather held, which was also
that's
very
true.
lucky.
That's the only issue we often have as well, is besides money, is the weather.
Can I ask whether the Sydney Blues Society has an opening statement as well?
We do, thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
And if we could possibly table just a briefing deck as well, that might help you.
Certainly.
With a couple of diagrams to make this more succinct, given that time is the enemy here.
Certainly.
Just who are we and why we're here? Sydney Blues Society has been going for 35 years. We promote the traditional blues right through to its evolution of contemporary. Why is blues relevant to the committee and to the industry? It's put quite simply, it's the DNA of modern popular music. And you might say, well, that's a bit of a stretch, but rock, pop, country, jazz, R&B, soul, funk and hip-hop, and even some of the EDM stuff has its basis in the pentatonic and the rich history of blues. And so it's a terribly important form. And importantly, the form is traditionally handed down in a social environment by word of mouth in public. So, that social connection and the really important social aspect and community aspect of blues at the grassroots level. Tom Waits is quoted as saying, "Blues is like a planet. It's an enormous topic. You can't ignore the impact that it has had and continues to have on the whole musical culture. It's a tree that everyone's swinging from. Without it, I don't know where I'd be. It's indelible and indispensable." So our objective is to really promote live blues music, imperative in developing a sustainable contemporary live music culture in New South Wales. We're a self-funded, volunteer, not-for-profit, community-based organisation, and as I said, 35 years in promoting three things. We're really about grassroots, and I think the big observation for me out of this committee's work is the distinction between grassroots and moving up to bigger festivals. So even grassroots festivals like our colleagues here, right up to the big corporate gigs to grassroots gigs. I think the important message we'd like to get across today is if we don't support grassroots, the Taylor Swifts are the 0.0001 percenters that came through the grassroots level. But people that fall out doesn't mean they're not successful. It means they contributed to grassroots culture in the corner pubs, in the RSLs. We've got now community Lions clubs in Barara with no alcohol because all of the model has changed of culture. The drinking used to be funding the model, so that's why pubs had it. Then pokies came over. If we look at the evolution, it keeps coming back to the importance of grassroots. There has been massive cultural shift in 30 years, and we would just ask that the committee be informed from our position, because we facilitate community jams, community live gigs. We do over 100 jams a year with just self-funded. That's from beginners to youth, through to advanced and pro jams at festivals. We book 800 live gigs a year, and we publicise over 2,000 in New South Wales. We have 5 annual signature events that, again, would be our pinnacle of grassroots festivals and showcasing the people that came through. And finally, the festivals. We maintain relationships with them, and as a working musician, I've lost 3 festival gigs this year, Blues Fest, Kiama, and another one for a slightly different reason. But I think the committee's heard there are headwinds out there. We recognise those, and we're not here to bash the committee. We're here to say, hey, we work as hard as you do trying to crack this nut, but we really think that if you could hear and incorporate the importance of funding grassroots organisations that can demonstrate nimble. We paid 90% of our one grant funding that we got to musicians, and that's 10%. It's a pretty lean operating costs, and we put that towards publicity. So 100% went back to community and promoting grassroots music, and that's the end of my opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if you have looked, but today we have heard from a lot of grassroots
I've heard quite,
festivals.
yeah, so it's rewarding.
It's really important that we do for the points that have been made across all of the witnesses just in your opening statement. So we'll get to questions now, and if I might start with Cronulla, perhaps Mr. Trio and Ms. Dembski, can you give us an insight into how it works, how local venues, the events people, the artists work together to deliver something like the festival?
Sure.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, yep. As far as the local venues go, it's sort of like they engage us to program their so they're part of the festival. So they just come to us and say, hey, this is our budget, and we work out their timetable, and then we fill the appropriate bands that we feel is going to be a great fit for them. And that's the case with all the venues across the festival. We take total creative.
We kind of centralise all of the creative and the operational side of it, so really it takes the pressure off them. They kind of buy into the festival because, like this year we had 21 venues, which was up from 16 last year. That's like a 30% increase, and we didn't actually go to any of them. They all came to us. Even up to as late as like a month prior, there was still some of the smaller restaurants around saying, we've heard we need to be part of this. Like, we even getting 1 or 2 nights, and so something like a big club is going to be programmed very differently to like a small cafe. So we take it on a case-by-case basis, but essentially we take that, centralise all of that control to make it easy for them. It allows us to program across the festival from a creative perspective, and then we also obviously put in like the production and the sound and things. So we centralise all of that, which helps just streamline everything across the festival.
Yeah, so if they're not used to having entertainment, we like the one-stop shop for them. We package it all up for them. And every year the venues increase their shows. So they go, we want more. If we don't, some of them always start out as like, we'll just do Friday and Saturday. And now, following years, they're right up in Thursday, right till Sunday. Mm-hmm. And every venue has 100% return rate unless they've closed down. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I'm comparing that. So Tamworth has a completely decentralised model that we're talking about today. Their festival, obviously different genre of music, but is completely decentralised. There's no central programming. But they seem to have more involvement of the council. How much involvement from local council has there been in the festival?
Council have always supported us from the get-go, mostly with in-kind logistical support. The last couple of years there has also been sponsorship cash element, which has increased from last year to this year as well, which we always kind of pitch to increase again, just from, as we grow, we've become sort of one of their main events in Cronulla and in the Shire, and as a big tourism draw. So that's always kind of our positioning with that. But yes, I mean, they've always supported and like to see it return, and we've just had our 6th year this year, so it only happened 2 weeks ago. So it has, since our submission, the event has now happened, which was amazing. We now cover venues from Cronulla all the way back to Gaimea. So we're now probably, call it half of the Shire, so it's not just Cronulla. We are expanding into more satellite suburbs, and the way we pitch it to the venues in the likes of Gaimea and Caringbah that might not get the transitional crowd that Cronulla does through the weekend, it's more of allowing those venues to use us as their own marketing tool to be like, hey, we're part of the Jazz and Blues, to pitch it to their own membership base, their own clientele, to get that injection of a reason to come to the venue for that particular weekend. We're a winter festival, so it's we are kind of the attraction point in an otherwise quiet time for Cronulla.
Thank you.
Chair, could I just add something?
Sure.
And that is one of the great things I think about this festival is the blending between the venues, the cafes, the restaurants, the clubs, the pubs, but also the public spaces, particularly the 2 parks at Cronulla Beach and at North Cronulla Beach. And if you were there at any time on the weekend, weather, if that's favourable, we get huge crowds. And you get artists, I mean, if I can mention Ray Beadle, he will play maybe at a smaller venue, but then he is also playing at in the parks, and many of the artists do perform at a number of different times in different locations. So you're getting that ability for the people to move around, but that element, and that's where the council helps as well, in the public spaces is a key part, particularly finishing it off over the weekend, when you get the big crowds.
I'm going to ask one more question before I pass to my colleagues, which is to all of you, really. I wonder if you could describe what you see as, I guess, the greatest challenges in putting on these kind of events, and you putting on different types of events, but still live music events. I wonder if you could think of or describe the greatest challenges, but also, I guess, apart from grant funding, are there other areas of support? We've heard a lot about red tape and regulation. Are there other areas of support that the state government could be considering? And I might start with Mr. Trio.
Yeah, obviously red tape and just the sheer cost of putting on an event. Road closures, parking for artists. It costs us $5,000 just to have parking for artists. These are costs that are just keep adding. Insurances keep adding, and there's only so much you can go on a free event. We're only a team of 3.
Yeah. And the more that, kind of a bit of a catch-22, the more that the festival grows, obviously there's more logistical elements that need to put in, and those costs have skyrocketed between when we started and now. I would say my biggest challenge is probably what Paul spoke to in his opening, would be it's more around the planning cycle, which does come back to the funding, but it's because everything kind of is so late between grants and availability, and then by the time you find out, or whether it's just even securing that sponsorship. Over the years there's been the first thing to go out of companies' budgets is event sponsorship, so that's the ratio of where we get our funding from has always kind of been the same from the same locations, but has varied over the years. But it links to the plan. I mean, we've just had a hugely successful event, but I think the 3 of us after each event always goes, are we doing it again? Because ultimately we are a business, but we have volunteered our time up until now. So it is always a valid question of, it's something we're so passionate about, but are we going to do it again?
Yeah, certainly. Could I go to the Sydney Blues Society? Have you got any thoughts on that before I go to Mr. Berger?
Yeah, very quickly, Chair. I think the answer is, given that you've eschewed funding from the question, is that our experience is, again, with festivals, it's with clubs, pubs, and other types of events. Anything that the state government can do to make, in the headwinds they're facing, to survive, in the changing culture, to promote culture of people going back to venues, to go there, giving them a break, because we're just losing. We've lost 800 gigs in the last 2 weeks from venues that are either decided no longer to put music on or to closing, clubs closing. That's out of 2,000 a year, we've lost 800 in 4 weeks. That means we've got to go out and find a new venue rather than we're focusing our limited resources on events. And it's not the fault of government, but it's just to give you a real focus on how hard it is out there for pubs and clubs and festivals to sustain. We want to put them out there, but everyone's got to earn a dollar and turn a dollar, and it's just getting harder and harder out there. So anything you can do to help influence federal, state and local to make it easy to put entertainment on to benefit the community development, I think is where you should be looking.
Okay, thank you. We might come back to those numbers if there's time. Mr. Berger.
Where to start? I mean, certainly there's a massive disconnect between state government and local government. There really doesn't seem to be any connection there at all, or certainly with Kiama Council. So that's certainly a big one for us. And that was the showstopper this year, really. The other thing is just the availability from a timing point of view of funding. Yeah. So the availability and how much it is. We're in a fairly unique situation as a festival where we can put on a festival to a certain amount of money. You know, we just go, okay, well, we've only got, 100,000, or we've got 200,000, or whatever that figure is. We can do it to that figure, but we need to know what that figure is, before with a bit of notice. I mean, we are a grassroots festival. We don't want to be the Blues Fest. Like we're very happy. We don't need to grow. We're not a commercial venture. We're just a heap of volunteers trying to promote music and artists, and so certainly that would be my three things. If you, I know a lot of councils do work. They see the value in things like this. But I know a lot of councils are certainly very happy to take the credit for things like this, which is a bit annoying. If they could just work with us, and say we had this situation this year where we actually just needed the council can you just give us a temporary DA so we can sell tickets, so we can fund this thing, and we couldn't even get that,
Okay. Thank you. I might hand over to my colleague, Ms. Fairman.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, everybody, for coming and for your submissions. I wanted to go straight to the funding issue from the state government, and I'll note the submission by the Yuin Folk Club and Cobargo that suggests that, you talk about the UK's Arts Council England providing £445 million annually to 985 national portfolio organisations, including festivals. And then in terms of the Australian context, you reference Queensland's Organisations Fund, providing multi-year optional support specifically for festivals. I can't help but think that a bunch of the money that is being thrown towards live music by this state government, both for Sound New South Wales and the Office of, the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner, is going to commercial operations, commercial operators, things that make money for the organisations, the artists, and the government's got to see the business case and the money side of it, as opposed to what you're stressing in your submissions about being not-for-profit and how that money is kind of reinvested in the community in the next year's event, if you like. So do you think that's happening? Do you think that's part of the problem, and there needs to be a bit of a cultural shift in terms of what the money for music is on in the state? I might go to you, I'll go to you online, because we're both online, Mr. Berger. So I'll ask you first.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, when you get a grant, and you have to kind of work out, okay, like how much we want, what we need to spend it for, and all that sort of stuff. But the reality is, we just want to pay artists properly. And we'd like to be able to hang on to some of that money for next year, and you just can't do that. Like here's your money, and you've got to spend it. So there's that, and also, it is pretty annoying that a lot of the large venues, there's a large venue down our way, and they got a bucket load of money, and that's a commercial venture, it's not, and these weren't grassroots artists, they're it was a pop concert really, kind of glorified, I guess. Not really promoting live original Australian music. So I think there is a big disconnect there for sure.
Thank you. We'll go.
Can I just check that Vince wants to jump in? I'm just
directing the panel. Yeah.
Sorry, Chair.
No, it's okay. I know it's hard from where you are to see. So, anyone on the panel want to answer Ms. Fairman's question?
Yeah, most of the funding just seems to be going to the same big corporates who constantly are putting on shows at venues that don't need the support, with artists that don't need the help, and it seems to be going the same areas. If we only had a small fraction of what they were getting, we could run a really amazing festival and bring more income into the local area where we're focused about vibrancy. Yeah.
Just if I can jump in as well, I suppose we did get a grant 2 years ago, 2024, through it was Create New South Wales at the time, and that was instrumental in, I suppose, the certainty. I mean, I know Paul spoke about the certainty of being able to put the festival on, and that was the particular year we also had to go into wet weather planning. So just knowing that, when we go into wet weather planning, we lose bar sale revenue. Like we can't run that element. So we always know that there's that risk factor. So having that grant provided that certainty, because 80% of our festival is run in venues. So it's only really a small portion, as much as it brings the crowds, it's a small portion that's in the outside parks. So it's not a case of postponing the festival, because the majority of it can run in venues. So
that's where the revenue comes
it does provide that certainty in that. Now, since 2024, we found that we weren't eligible for a lot of grants because we're metro, we're not regional, and we're not Western Sydney, and we're community, not ticketed. It's a free festival, so we fell into this little no man's land, and we, as much as we were seeking out what grants we could maybe access, there wasn't any available. There was one this year that we applied for, but unfortunately didn't. We weren't successful. I think it included in it like 50% of what that was for was Western Sydney. So we do find that where we are doesn't really allow us to access a lot of what's on offer.
Sorry, can I just
Yes,
say,
Mr.
I don't
Barzi.
think it's just geographic though. I think since 24, when Blue Society got a grant, my venue got a grant as well, the shop seems to have shut generally in the whole industry. I don't know any musicians that have got a grant. I don't know any venues in the inner west, which is predominantly where most venues are, and definitely the Blue Society have, although we've made very strong applications, have track records of where we spend the money in youth development and this and that, nothing. And no reply as to why that would be, either from Sound or Create New South Wales. I can't remember. I always get confused between the two of them, which is which. So I don't think it's just necessarily in Cronulla. You know, I think it's that whole sector is shut off. It seems to be. It's going somewhere, and I'm not sure if this is true, but someone told me that the budget was actually underspent last year, allocated budget by the tune of $14 or $15 million. So my understanding, again, I could be wrong, but the funds were allocated and not dispersed. And I'm like, from my point of view, where I'm sitting is, well, why not? There's plenty of worthy recipients, not just mine, but obviously Cronulla, Kiama, venues, organisations. So it's not just simply a question of throwing money at it, or if they are, what's the process where that money is going? There's no transparency or anything. It seems to be a bit like chucking bones in the air and see if you get anything. And as far as I can tell, the last 2 years is that not much love has come to our sector anyway. That'd be fair, wouldn't it?
Yep.
You know, like to the Cronulla, Kiama, Blue Society. Yeah.
If I could just build on that briefly, I think the observation as grassroots representatives again versus some of the corporate representatives is that they tend to be very good at political lobbying and getting inside the tent. As grassroots people, where we can demonstrate a value, and the question again comes to, well, what benefit if they're going to get funding? This is not a case of sour grapes coming here. We didn't get our money. Boo-hoo! Plenty of people don't get a fund. But the question then is, all right, if these big organisations do get it, should they be made to contribute some of that or demonstrate some fund or trickle back down to developing grassroots? And then at least is that going to become a line item in assessments in the future, or an amount of funding, quarantined for grassroots, where we can demonstrate the importance in this pyramid from baseline back up to corporate, and it's Taylor Swift or whoever the Australian equivalent is, in the development of live music and the performance and the social benefits that come from it.
We've certainly had quite a lot of discussion about an event levy on large events that would be with the intent. I'm not going to suggest it's agreed to, but it's certainly been a discussion that's been quite lively, and lots of submissions that go to that. Ms. Fenner, I'm just going to check in with Ms. Merton to see if there's questions. Yes, Ms. Merton.
Thank you to you all for participation and good submissions. And if I could just pick up, Mr. Blasi, if I could just pick up that point, and I make reference to your executive summary of the submission, where you talk about greater transparency around funding allocation by genre, region and participation would support better policy outcomes. We've heard this from other, sort of community, not-for-profit, grassroots. I guess we're just trying to look at, the absence of transparency here. I mean, what do you think we need here? I mean,
perhaps, in my experience, having done 3 or 4 grant applications, so it seems to be you spend a lot of time putting everything together, collating all the information. It gets lodged, and you don't know when it's coming back to you. You don't know, again, you can't plan anything, you can't spend the money because you don't know where it's going to be allocated. So obviously, but you still need to have those balls in the air, and all you get is an email saying, I'm sorry, you've been unsuccessful. And no reason why, or where the money has gone here or there, or it's been reallocated. It's just so I found a very one-way process.
And just to build on that point, we looked for appearing today at who received the grants for last year, and there's a name of the 10, I think, that received it, roughly 10, but it doesn't tell us anything about it. And again, we'd like to learn and go, hey, that's great, that's at least someone good got it, but we can't really tell beyond the name of the program. It doesn't really always tell you what it is for.
No, thank you. Yeah, and look further to that in your submission under industry observations, you talk about the funding outcomes do not appear proportionate to the participation and the community contribution. And I think that we've sort of highlighted here in terms of the value, the benefit, the return of the grassroots community.
So if we could make a point on that, at a recent festival where we ran a professional jam for all of the performers at the festival, which is a nice way to bring the cream of the crop together and have a bit of a spontaneous, which is always well received. We also introduced a community jam on the Saturday and got people up from the crowd, 18-year-olds, 60-year-olds, to get up and play with an all-star band and make them sound good. Someone who I thought wanting to have a go spoke to me for 3 minutes and said, what is it you're doing here? And we were a little bit busy, and we explained it with a 5-minute summary. We got an email 2 weeks later saying, would you like a donation? And I said, well, great, yeah, we could do with $100. We got a $25,000 donation from the observation of the value that brought the room from someone who
just
obviously
happened to be
happened to
there,
have better means than I do to donate money. But that shows that the value of that someone will perceive of these.
No, thank you. And look, just on the funding issue, earlier today, and we've had this from more than one witness, about a multi-year operational funding, that it's pretty tough to operate on a 12-month basis.
Yes,
and further to what you said there, the timing of the funding application, the decision, how we can plan going forward.
Yeah. So just quickly to give you a 60-second anecdote of that, when we were so grateful to get the grant, we ramped up, and we applied the next one. We were told we were one of the top 3, so we thought, well, we're a shoo-in for next year if we have a similar application. We didn't get it. I think some of the investment gets lost because we have to scale down again. We lost venues. We couldn't afford to put on in a better. So it caused so much disruption. Venues lost out. Musicians lost out because we planned in faith ahead. So that's an example of when you lose it. And I feel like that we also lost some momentum in investment that the taxpayer money went into as well.
100%. Yeah.
Thank you.
And just on the final one, if I could, Mrs. Adamski, you spoke about the one-off Create New South Wales grant, and I think in the submission in Michael Forshaw's submission, it's made reference that in 2024 a grant of $60,000 was provided through Create New South Wales. Just wondering if you could give any background to that $60,000.
That was, I think it was an individual business grant. I can't remember exactly the name of it, but we are a business, we're a not-for-profit, so whatever that category is, it was a single year grant. So we put in for $60,000 and we did get that. But again, since there, I looked at there was a couple of multi-year options that were a 2+2 or a 4+4 or something. I thought, this is amazing. This is what we need, just for that planning certainty. But when we looked, I think the first year I looked, it needed 5 years, and we had 4. And it also was for ticketed events. So and then even the following year where we ticked over the 5 years, and I went, yes, we're still not ticketed. And as much as we have looked at that, and I know that Paul spoke about that it is a possible revenue stream that we could look at. But I know that Jeff's knowledge of the industry and through Brass Monkey,
Ticketed events always rely on a headliner and a profile act to sell the tickets. The festival we've created is more about the event. And specifically that we want people to just know that the event is on and come and know that every band they see or whatever act is going to be of an amazing quality, and they always walk away with, finding new artists and, developing new fan bases. Yeah.
Well, and I think people can see surely can see the value of having non-ticketed events where you will get people at the event who would not put their hand in their pocket and all of a sudden have an amazing day and may engage in the future at another show down the track. It's a whole, it's a long ongoing process. We'd try and do the same at our venue and have as much free stuff as possible. And a lot of people, musicians say to me at my venue that they go, "Oh, we like playing there because people just come in, and they just and the people come in and go, wow, I haven't seen a band for 25 years or something like that." You're not removing the barrier from them.
No. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut the conversation short. I know there's a lot to say, and I know the collective experience here is very impressive, and we appreciate you sharing it with us. We have got a witness waiting for the next session, so we appreciate very much your submissions, your willingness to appear today, and your efforts to support live music. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Quite all right.
We do, just so that you know, we do have a couple of us in the room and a couple of us on. Oath or an affirmation.
Yes, my name is Timothy Ross McGregor. I'm the Global Head of Touring at TEG, and I'm happy to take an affirmation.
Thank you. If you could do that now. You've got it in front of you?
I don't have it in front of me, no.
Okay. I can read it and you can just repeat it after me if you like.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, great.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm
that the evidence now about to be given by me
that the evidence now about to be given by me
shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much for that. And would you like to begin by making a short statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair and members of the committee for the opportunity to appear before you today. So my name is Tim McGregor and I'm here representing Ticketek Entertainment Group. TEG is an Australian company founded in 1979, headquartered in Sydney. We've partnered with venues, promoters and artists for nearly 50 years across the live entertainment industry. I want to start by acknowledging the significant progress this government has made. The establishment of Sound New South Wales, the contemporary music strategy, the vibrancy reforms and the music bill currently before Parliament collectively represent one of the most ambitious and comprehensive live music reform agendas in the country. These achievements are making a real difference. Our written submission provided a detailed analysis, but I'd like to highlight 3 key observations from our vantage point. First, demand for live music in New South Wales is at record levels. Our fan data shows New South Wales audience attend an average of 2.23 concerts in the past year and spent $1,256 annually on tickets. Younger fans are driving frequency. 16 to 24-year-olds attended 2.9 concerts on average, and this is the most engaged generation of music fans we've ever seen, and they're being locked out of most small venue experiences by current licensing settings. Second, the policy settings are working, but structural challenges remain. The vibrancy reforms have fundamentally reshaped the regulatory environment. Special entertainment precincts are delivering results. We're seeing increased touring activity through SCP venues, and these mid-tier rooms are critical to artist development pathways. Also, Michael's rule, at least applied with formally or informally, is creating opportunities for Australian artists on major stages. However, the costs do continue to escalate. Insurance, production costs, labour and regulatory compliance costs have all increased significantly. Third, infrastructure and cost structure for large-scale events remain challenging. Our submission notes there's a shortage of approved greenfield sites for large-scale outdoor events in the 20,000 to 60,000 attendance range. Where sites are available, the cost structure is materially different to other Australian markets. Laneway Festival, held at Centennial Park each year, is a practical example. In 2026, our Sydney costs for venue hire, policing and ambulance services were between 150% and 670% higher than equivalent markets on a per attendee basis. These costs are not discretionary. They are state-imposed requirements over which the festival has little control. Chair, our submission outlines specific practical recommendations across venue infrastructure, audience access, festival sustainability, workforce development and regulatory settings. We believe these represent the next phase of the reform agenda, building on the strong foundations already in place. Our submission outlines specific practical recommendations across venue infrastructure, audience access, festival sustainability, workforce development and regulatory settings. We believe these represent the next phase of the reform agenda, building on the strong foundations already in place. TEG is a genuine partner for government in making New South Wales a world-class live music destination. We have a strong belief that life is better live. The live music industry we operate in exists to create magic for fans, moments of connection, stories to tell and memories to relive. For almost 50 years, we've partnered with and supported fans, artists and venues. Our view is that by working together, the next 50 years can be even better. We're here to answer your questions and support the committee's work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction and for appearing. I wanted to start with, I guess, your recommendations that refer back to the 2017 parliamentary inquiry. And particularly, I wondered if you would speak a bit more about this suggestion that there needs to be... We've heard a lot about streaming, digital music discovery. We had quite a discussion about it at our previous day hearing. I just wondered if you could talk about what you see as a way to assist bridging that gap between that digital music discovery and live performance.
I think there's a few levers. We really work in the live space. So I think that what we're seeing for, this burgeoning 16 to 24-year-old fans who want to go and experience live music, that there are fewer and fewer opportunities to do that. The festival landscape has become quite challenged, and the cost aspects of that are one element, I think. But there's certainly a large number of international artists that are coming in that tend to be gravitating towards those larger scale permanent venues, arenas and stadiums, and often, also into theatres. But it used to be the festivals provided a fantastic platform for local artists to get access to fans. And what we're seeing is that, and I've got a 13-year-old and 11-year-old who are already passionate music fans, but as they get into 14, 15, 16, there really are not many opportunities to go and experience festivals or go into venues which are prepared to accommodate them to see live music, to enjoy that from an age which then allows them to graduate and become into larger venues and into bigger festivals and those sorts of things. So the controls that we see on the experience of live entertainment, we think are prohibitive, and I think both access to those live shows, I think, is something that we would like to see more of, more relaxation of rules around attending live events with all ages events, and attending venues which are all ages events as well. And I think in terms of for artists, Australian artists, to get access to venues to perform, I think incentives to allow that to happen, whether it's to the venues themselves or to the artists to change the cost model that currently is also challenged in those venues, because we are seeing younger people who are consuming less alcohol, which is a fantastic thing, but the business model for a number of those venues has become quite challenged, and therefore having live music in those venues is not as appealing as it was even 10 or 15 years ago, because they're not necessarily having the bar revenues that they've typically enjoyed. So I think focus on the ability to create options for younger people to attend venues and festivals is one part of it, and incentivizing venues and artists to perform in these live or previously live venues is another aspect of it. I think is requires focus.
Thank you. And I wondered, you mentioned Michael's rule.
Yep.
And then this idea of providing incentives, and we've heard a lot about funding. And I guess, the question that I want to ask is, what do you see as a company like Ticketek's role? You're a large organisation. I'm not sure, what's the competitive landscape for you? Is there one other large, company that does the same thing? I mean, what's your competitive landscape like?
So I think there's sort of three of the kind of the larger, promoters who are also integrated with ticketing. Mm-hmm. So there's TG, which has Ticketek, and the TG group of promoters, which is TG Dainty and TG Live, Laneway Festival, Van Egmont, etc. Then there's Live Nation and Ticketmaster. So Live Nation, Ticketmaster is the other big conglomerate. Mm-hmm. They're both a company and a promoter of live entertainment. And then AEG Frontier, mm-hmm. which has the Access ticketing platform. And so, they have all of those three are all heavily involved in concert touring, all shapes and sizes, all sorts of venues, greenfield sites as well. All of them have a suite of festivals that they promote across the course of the year, and all of them have a ticketing platform which is have a greater or lesser extent into a number of these venues. There are some smaller independent players as well. We're all living in the same gene pool.
Okay, I just wanted to ask, I guess, because when we've been talking to a lot of small organisations, a lot of community organisations, a lot of individual musicians, and you're kind of at the big corporate end, if you like.
Yep.
And I wonder, and clearly, you know, the government has some responsibility in this space, but I wonder what you see as the role of organisations like Ticketek. For example, in Michael's rule, there's the government-mandated and government-owned venues. But what could be the role, or what role do you play? Do you try to insist in events that you're involved with that support acts are Australian? I mean, they're short of places where the government has directly regulated. What is it that Ticketek is doing itself to promote what you've got in your submission? Is you know, a seeming willingness and commitment to supporting live music. So what could Ticketek be doing in that space?
So, I mean, I think already we would, and we've looked at this on a few occasions where more than 85% of the tours that we promote will have Australian artists as opening acts or as special guests, might be playing as DJs in between artists as well, but it's generally speaking, that is already the default position. And I think I can't speak authoritatively for the other promoters, but I think everyone is fairly calibrated in that direction too. And there's a number of reasons for that. You know, all of us are very passionate about supporting Australian artists where there is an opportunity to do so. The second, the obvious one, is that the costs related to having a local artist play as a special guest versus importing an international special guest are vastly different. So from a promoter like us who are taking the risk and bearing the costs of promoting a show, naturally it will make more sense, you know, to have a local artist on the bill. But we often have always the conversation with the international artists about if they are already travelling with an artist, from other parts of the world that they wish to bring into Australia, and whether it makes sense for that to occur in Australia as well. But even in that context, we will say you really must have an Australian artist on the bill. That's the right thing to do. And with rare exception, they agree with that. But it is, I have to say, and we've had these conversations about the formalisation of Michael's rule, that often it's not, well, it really is now a decision. It's something we can say, this is what we want, this is what we think should happen with this show, but an international touring artist, often it really is their final say on what they want to do. But it's very rare for them to say, we don't want an Australian artist on an Australian tour. It would only be if they happen to have a special guest that is you're playing for an hour or so and they've got a limited amount of time, and that is the entirety of the show, and you really can't have anything else on the show even to open it. But even then, we tend to find a way we can squeeze an Australian artist into the show. So by and large, I think, you know, that's the default position, and we push that very hard. All the promoters here do.
Thank you. I might pass over to my colleague Kate Fairman, who's online.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for coming. I just thought I would ask you, you mentioned in your opening address the increases in prices for holding an event in New South Wales compared to other jurisdictions. And you said a figure, I think it was like 110% to 670%. In terms of comparatively, so 670% more something costs for the same number of attendees. I think you worded it. What was and this is kind of user pays, what was the 670% pertaining to?
Yeah, so if we look at things like the costs of police at Laneway Festival in 2026, it was $123,358 in Sydney. In the Gold Coast, it was $67,331. Same capacity, and Melbourne was $24,875. So the Melbourne to Sydney was a drastic difference between $24,000 up to $123,000. The difference in the user pay policing costs. So these are staggering numbers that we're confronting in essentially holding the same event. It's a cut and paste of the event from Melbourne. There's nuances with each venue, but ultimately for something like police presence. It seems that the New South Wales Police have a completely different risk assessment to an event and impose a completely different level of policing to their counterparts in Victoria and in Queensland. And that, again, is something which is we have no control over. The other major cost factor we find is that the venues in other markets, greenfield sites, there is an awareness going to these greenfield sites that you have to bring every piece of infrastructure in. You have to bring the staging, the toilets, the marquees, the site offices, everything that is at these venues is essentially important. And therefore, most other venues will not charge a rent, which is also prohibitive. At Centennial Park, the venue hire cost is $14.14 per attendee. It's 670% higher than the Gold Coast, which is $2.33 in terms of just the venue hire. That's the rent we have to pay. And it's 83% higher than Melbourne, which is $7.73 to hire the venue. And so that's where that 670% comes from. And that's a choice about charging rent. That's not even about a risk assessment or about, providing medical or other essential services to an event. That's a commercial rent that Centennial Park has chosen to impose on hirers for the use of that space, knowing full well that we've put in kilometres of fencing, major staging infrastructure, and every aspect of the event needs to be essentially bumped in and bumped out to support that event. So it's quite staggering, the differences.
Yeah, thank you. And the figures that you've just quoted for laneway, you said they were 2026.
Yes.
Is laneway in Sydney? What?
February.
February. That's right.
Yes.
So that's good to get those figures because New South Wales has introduced, and passed legislation to address which was supposed to address the user pays issue in terms of festivals being able to challenge what the police supposedly, what they quote in terms of user pays, going to a panel, all of this. So that's interesting because we can certainly make inquiries to see whether that process was engaged and deployed internally and what happened with any appeal against that. I'm not going to ask you that question because I'm sure you don't know that, or jump in if you do.
I think what I'd say about that is that we have great respect for the police and the job that they do and how difficult it is. But the stark difference from one state to the other doesn't make a lot of sense to us. But as we understand it, a risk assessment is conducted. They then provide the overlay. It's not a negotiation. This is what you are paying in order to have this event at Centennial Park. And so, really there's and we do need the police to be supportive and approve the event being staged there. So, of course, we're very careful how we engage in those conversations, not to be, in any way, difficult. Like we want to make sure we have a great relationship with the police. But that is the stark reality of the cost.
Well, I think the point is, though, and the point I was trying to make was that the New South Wales Parliament passed legislation recognising what was happening with user pays charges, providing a mechanism internally within government for music festivals to actually appeal the user pays charges, obviously particularly by police because of the record of how much they've been charging. So that's just interesting to know that that's still going on, because I think we've been kind of wanting reports back about whether it was effective. So it just appears as though possibly they're still charging through. So the other question I have is just to try and understand the way in which Ticketek charges. There's been some talk media reports as well as some submissions around the impact of the kind of increasing globalisation of the music industry, the fact that it's TEG controls so much of the the ticketing, that the money doesn't get to some of the smaller artists, although maybe that's not a Ticketek issue. What are the different costs that you build into the ticketing? Firstly, on your kind of average ticket, people say that there's lots of different charges that are kind of hidden. Can you break it down for us?
Yes, but let's just go back a step. I mean, I think that, and we have heard this comment from time to time, and I can certainly respond on behalf of Ticketek and the way the ticketing fees work. Just to be really clear, Ticketek doesn't set the ticketing fees. The ticketing fees are a construct that are arrived at between the venue, who holds obviously has the rights to grant the ticketing rights to a particular ticketing company, and the relevant ticketing company. And often the way the ticketing fees are struck is through the tender process that recently was conducted in New South Wales by Venues New South Wales, a very extensive tender process involving Ticketmaster, Ticketek and Access, which produced economics which then result in a key money being paid, a very large amount of money to win the contract, a content guarantee, to commit to provide a certain number of shows into those venues, and a set of fees and charges which would be consistent across all shows. So Venues New South Wales is a state government instrumentality. They ran that tender and they set the ticketing fees for the venues, for Accor Stadium, for Allianz Stadium, for Parramatta Park, Combank Stadium, and I think there were sort of 4 or 5 other venues. And that is the typical way in which ticketing fees are set, through the venues deciding what they think is acceptable to charge within the ticket construct. So within the ticket contract, you'll have booking fees that are applied, and that's those booking fees that essentially are set through the negotiation that happens in the tender process, which are largely state government-owned venues. So that's the basic construct. There are transaction fees on top of the ticket, so those booking fees will be inside the ticket price. Typically, there's some instances where they can be outside, but usually they're inside the ticket price. Your $100 ticket might have $9 of GST, $8 of ticketing fees, sometimes up to $15, depending on what the venue has set as the ticketing fees. And these are published fees that go in venue hiring agreements. When a hirer like TG's promoter comes along and hires the venue, these are the ticketing fees that we are required to put into our ticketing matrix that gets charged to the consumer. And those booking fees are shared between the venue and the ticketing company. And it's set through the venue construct. So the ticketing companies will say, which is true because I've seen the process, that ultimately they're not setting the ticketing fees for the majority of the venues that they are ticketing. It's set through that process with the venues. Then the ticketing company will also have to reach agreement with the venues for what are called transaction fees. Those transaction fees are not per ticket, they're per transaction, and they're on the outside of the ticket, and it might be, $5, $7, $8. Again, the venue will say your transaction fees cannot exceed X amount, and that will be within the tender process what they'll ask the tenderers to commit to in tendering for those rights. There are also a charge called the supplementary booking fee, and that supplementary booking fee could be inside the ticket price or outside the ticket price, which is essentially the blended rate that has been agreed with the ACCC in relation to credit card recouping of credit card charges, and that's typically at 1.95%. And so, and that has been something that has been agreed with the ACCC as far as what is a reasonable amount, given a blended rate, the mix of credit cards that are being charged. And we as a promoter, when we're putting our ticketing together, we will have to account for those credit card charges. That supplementary booking fee of 1.95% is what we are asked to have recouped, and that can be on the outside of the ticket or on the inside of the ticket. So it's a pretty complex process, but what we as a promoter would say, it's the artist that sets the ticket prices ultimately, because the ticket prices are really just a function of what the artist needs to be paid after having paid for all the costs of production and travel and marketing and hotels the ticket price needs to be sufficient to be able to then give them the fee that they're expected to be paid, and for us to make some sort of margin. But the ticketing fees themselves are not really in control of the ticketing company in respect of those permanent venues. Yep.
Thank you. Ms. Merton.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. If I could just pick up the issue around significant gaps remaining in the sector, and this is relating to the shortage of approved greenfield sites in New South Wales capable of, hosting large-scale outdoor events. Just wondering what we might know on that. I think an earlier witness sort of compared interstate and the provision of outdoor facilities compared to New South Wales having an absence of an event of that scale.
Yeah, I think there's very limited options, and I don't have all the answers. The options that are available, as I've mentioned, are very costly when you put together both the hiring costs and the police requirements, ambulance requirements, and the infrastructure that needs to go into them. So, there's definitely some large open spaces that seem to be possible that we could get access to in and around Olympic Park, and in the western suburbs as well. But, it's at this point, really, if you want to have a large outdoor event in Sydney, it's Centennial Park or it's the Domain in the Sydney, both of which are very expensive to operate in.
Yeah. And have any other sites sort of been considered? I noticed that you talk about Greater Sydney lacking a permanent outdoor amphitheatre equivalent to Brisbane's RNA showgrounds. Are there any sites or locations within Greater Sydney that have been identified or considered?
No, but I think there's in and around Homebush Olympic Park. There's some greenfields that seem to be potentially suitable for that, but and there has been some work that's gone into it. I know. Let me think. Further out west into sort of Parramatta, there is, but within the actual footprints of eastern suburbs, and down to south, there just does not seem to be many options other than the ones that I've mentioned. And so, I haven't been involved in the identification. I've certainly been involved in conversations about the lack of these sorts of spaces. And I think the one in Brisbane in particular is one called River Stage, and in Melbourne, which is in the Botanic Gardens area, and in Melbourne it's the Sydney Myer Music Bowl, which is an amphitheatre there. These have permanent staging infrastructure. Yeah. The only thing that's sort of even close to it would be Tumbalong Park, which is a flat space and it's very small. It's about I think it's about 3,000 capacity. But yeah, we're on the lookout for any suggestions, but certainly is lacking.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McGregor. We appreciate your time today. We have come to the end of it, but there might be supplementary questions from the committee, and the Secretariat will be in touch with you about that. We do appreciate both the submission and your time this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.